Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
12 Stoic principles to master the art of not caring and letting go. Imagine this. You're scrolling through social media, bombarded by a never-ending stream of updates, likes, and comments. You feel the weight of the world's expectations, wondering why you can't just let things go and care a little less about every trivial matter. But what if I told you there's a treasure trove of ancient wisdom that holds the key to mastering the art of not caring and letting go? Welcome, fellow Stoics of the digital age. You've stumbled upon a golden treasure. No, not the latest viral meme or trending video, but timeless principles from some of history's greatest thinkers. Long before the chaos of our modern world, the Stoics lived by teachings that can guide our smartphone-filled, caffeine-driven lives. In this video, we'll explore 12 Stoic principles that are so refreshing, they might just be the antidote to the 21st century hustle. Get ready to uncover pearls of wisdom that will transform how you navigate life's challenges, helping you find peace amidst the chaos. And hey, if you're eager to discover more of these timeless insights, don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell. Now let's dive into the enlightening world of Stoicism and learn how to keep calm and carry on with grace and resilience. Number 1, reflect, review, and realign. In the rush of our daily lives, we often overlook the importance of self-reflection. Yet, as Marcus Aurelius wisely noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Taking time to reflect on our actions, decisions, and their outcomes allows us to understand ourselves better. Regular introspection acts as a mirror for our souls, revealing patterns that either aid or hinder our growth. By reviewing our actions and thoughts, we can realign our paths, making necessary adjustments to lead a more fulfilled and intentional life. This practice isn't about dwelling on past mistakes, but learning from them, celebrating small victories, and continuously evolving. In a world that seldom grants us pauses, embracing reflection can be our secret to inner peace and true contentment. Number 2, accept change as nature's course. Change is the only constant in life, yet we often resist it, clinging to the familiar. Epictetus, a revered Stoic philosopher, reminds us, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Life's nature is evolution, and every change, whether a job switch, a breakup, or a move, adds a unique brushstroke to the canvas of our existence. By accepting change as part of nature's course, we free ourselves from unnecessary suffering. Embracing life's fluidity and unpredictability allows us to flow with it rather than fight against it. This acceptance doesn't mean passive resignation, but an active engagement with life's ever-shifting landscape, finding growth and opportunities in every twist and turn. Number 3, control. What's within, release what's without. Imagine this, it's a rainy Tuesday morning and your cat knocks over your freshly brewed cup of tea. The old you might have fumed, blaming the universe for conspiring against you. But consider Seneca's wisdom. We suffer more in imagination than in reality. The truth is, things happen, tea spills, cats are mischievous. What's within our control? Our reactions. Instead of letting our imagination paint a gloomy day ahead, we can choose to laugh it off and brew another cup. The world will keep throwing curveballs, but the power of our reactions is entirely ours. By focusing on what we can control, our thoughts, actions, and responses, we can navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience. Number 4, detach from external validation. In today's hyper-connected world, it's easy to get hooked on external validation. Every like, share, and comment becomes a measure of our self-worth. But as Epictetus wisely said, man is not worried by real problems so much as by his imagined anxieties about real problems. It's strange that tiny icons on a screen can dictate our mood and sense of self. Stoicism urges us to seek validation from within. Our worth should be measured by our values, actions, and character, not by online clout. The next time a post doesn't get the expected traction or someone leaves a snide comment, remember, your worth is not up for public voting. You are your own judge and jury, and true confidence comes from within. Number 5, recognize life's natural cycles. Loss is a natural part of life, be it a favorite hoodie, a cherished memory, or a loved one. Marcus Aurelius poignantly stated, "Loss is nothing else but change, and change is nature's delight." In the vast ecosystem of existence, everything has its season. Trees shed leaves only to sprout new ones, and similarly, life presents endings and beginnings. Each change teaches us, shapes us, and adds to our resilience. Rather than clinging to what was, Stoicism invites us to appreciate life's impermanence. By understanding and embracing the cycles of loss and renewal, we can live fully, love deeply, and let go gracefully, knowing that every sunset makes way for a new sunrise. Number 6, seek growth in adversity. Who hasn't faced a challenge, whether it's a difficult boss, an endless pile of bills, or a perpetually late train? It's easy to complain and wish for an easier life. However, Seneca reminds us, difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body. Challenges are life's personal gym sessions for our souls. When we encounter hurdles, instead of asking, "Why me?" we should ponder, "What is this teaching me?" Every adversity carries a lesson and a potential for growth. It's all a matter of perspective. By viewing difficulties as opportunities to strengthen our character and resilience, we can approach life with a mindset ready to say, "Bring it on." Number 7, be of service to others. Stoicism isn't just about personal enlightenment, it's also about uplifting the community. Seneca reminds us we are all bound together in a partnership. By helping others, we not only enrich their lives, but also add meaning to our own. Whether it's assisting a neighbor, volunteering, or simply being there for a friend, every act of kindness reverberates in the universe. Stoicism teaches that true fulfillment comes from being of service to others. It's not just about thriving solo, but about elevating those around us. In helping others, we find purpose and forge deeper connections, enhancing both our lives and the lives of those we touch. Number 8, cultivate inner riches. In an age dominated by opulent Instagram feeds and constant displays of affluence, it's easy to equate happiness with material gains. Yet, Seneca wisely observed, it's not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor. True wealth isn't about the latest gadgets or designer labels. It's about the contentment of the soul, the richness of experiences, and the treasure of memories. Stoicism reminds us that while it's okay to enjoy life's luxuries, we shouldn't be enslaved by them. In the end, it's the stories we've woven, not the possessions we've accumulated, that truly matter. By cultivating inner riches, we find lasting fulfillment and peace. Number 9, understand and accept fate. Life, with its myriad complexities, is a blend of our efforts and the universe's designs. Epictetus advises, don't demand that things happen as you wish, but wish that they happen as they do happen. Sometimes, despite our best efforts, outcomes don't align with our expectations. Instead of being bogged down by what didn't go as planned, Stoicism nudges us to embrace what is on our plate. Acceptance of fate doesn't mean passivity. It means actively engaging with life, finding peace in the present moment, and trusting the journey. Often, the most captivating stories emerge from the most unexpected turns, and embracing fate allows us to navigate these twists with grace. Number 10, embrace the present moment. In our fast-paced world, with notifications binging every second, we often miss the beauty of the present. Marcus Aurelius wisely advised, do not let the future disturb you, for you will arrive there if you nurture your present. We spend so much time lost in thoughts about tomorrow's tasks or past regrets that we forget to live in the now. Being present isn't just about paying attention, it's about truly experiencing life. Savor your meals, listen to your friends, and feel the wind on your face. Let go of yesterday's regrets and tomorrow's anxieties. In the grand tapestry of life, it's the little moments stitched together that define our happiness. Number 11, focus on personal growth. Continuous learning and self-improvement are at the heart of a fulfilled life. The Stoics teach us that personal growth is a lifelong journey. By constantly seeking knowledge, honing our skills, and reflecting on our experiences, we become better equipped to handle life's challenges. This focus on growth isn't about perfection, but about progress. It's about becoming a better version of ourselves each day. Embrace the opportunities for learning that life presents, whether through successes or failures. By prioritizing personal development, we cultivate resilience, wisdom, and a deeper sense of purpose. Number 12, practice gratitude. In the pursuit of more, we often forget to appreciate what we already have. Practicing gratitude shifts our focus from what's lacking to what's abundant in our lives. As Seneca observed, it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor. By regularly expressing thankfulness for our blessings, we foster a positive outlook and inner peace. Gratitude is a powerful antidote to dissatisfaction and envy. It reminds us of the richness of our experiences and the people who make our lives meaningful. Make it a habit to reflect on and express gratitude daily, and watch as your perspective transforms. As we draw the curtain on this enlightening journey through the hallowed halls of Stoicism, take a moment to reflect on the timeless wisdom you've just encountered. These ancient principles, though forged in a different era, fit seamlessly into our frantic modern lives, proving that some truths are truly eternal. Now, I have a challenge for you. In the comments below, share which of these Stoic gems resonated with you the most. Did Seneca's profound insight strike a chord, or did Marcus Aurelius feel like your newfound confidant? Let's spark a conversation and learn from each other, deepening our understanding and appreciation of these teachings. As we draw the curtain on this enlightening journey through the hallowed halls of Stoicism, take a moment to reflect on the timeless wisdom you've just encountered. These ancient principles, though forged in a different era, fit seamlessly into our frantic modern lives, proving that some truths are truly eternal. Now, I have a challenge for you. In the comments below, share which of these Stoic gems resonated with you the most. Did Seneca's profound insights strike a chord, or did Marcus Aurelius feel like your newfound confidant? Let's spark a conversation and learn from each other, deepening our understanding and appreciation of these teachings.
The butterfly's flight. In a quiet village surrounded by rolling hills, a young boy named Tien was known for his love of nature. He would often wander through the fields, watching the birds soar and the flowers sway in the breeze. But among all the wonders he observed, Tien was most fascinated by the tiny cocoons that clung to branches, holding the promise of transformation within. One morning, as Tien strolled through a grove, he spotted a cocoon quivering slightly. A small crack appeared, and through it, the faint outline of a butterfly's wing was visible. Tien watched with wide eyes as the creature inside struggled, twisting and pushing to break free. His heart ached for the little butterfly. Why does it have to struggle so much? He wondered aloud. Determined to help, Tien carefully plucked the cocoon from the branch and used a small twig to widen the opening. The butterfly emerged easily, its wings wet and crumpled. Tien placed it gently on his palm, expecting it to spread its wings and fly. But instead, the butterfly stumbled, its wings too weak to lift it. Day after day, Tien kept the butterfly safe, feeding it nectar and protecting it from harm. But no matter how much he cared for it, the butterfly could never fly. Its wings remained fragile, and it spent its days crawling around Tien's hand or the flowers he placed it on. Confused and saddened, Tien visited an elder in the village, a wise woman who always seemed to have the answers. He told her what had happened, expecting her to praise his kindness. Instead, she gave him a gentle but knowing smile. "Tien," she said, "the struggle to escape the cocoon is what strengthens a butterfly's wings. By helping it, you took away its chance to grow strong. Challenges, as painful as they may seem, are what prepare us for the life ahead." The boy returned home, holding the butterfly close to his heart. As it crawled along his finger, he realized the lesson it had taught him. From that day on, Tien approached his own challenges with a new perspective, understanding that every struggle he faced was shaping him into something stronger, just as the butterfly needed its fight to fly. And though the butterfly never left his side, it became a constant reminder of the power of resilience and the beauty that comes from enduring life's trials. A silkworm must endure pain to struggle out of its cocoon and grow into a butterfly that can fly. A seed buried deep in the soil must push its way through layers of earth to sprout and grow into a strong tree. A silkworm that is helped out of its cocoon by someone cutting it open will forever crawl around aimlessly, never becoming a butterfly. Similarly, a seed that sprouts easily on the surface of the soil may grow quickly, but it will be uprooted at the first storm. Humans cannot choose where they are born, but they can choose how they live. We can train ourselves to endure, develop resilience, and cultivate willpower through challenges, hardships, and even failures. What may seem like a devastating failure or misfortune to one person can be a stroke of luck to another. It all depends on how we choose to face it. We can either confront adversity with courage and overcome it, or wallow in self-pity and let it defeat us.
What if I told you that being single after a long relationship isn't just okay? It might actually be the best thing that's ever happened to you. Forget the stereotypes about loneliness or starting over. Being single could unlock a life that's richer, freer, and more fulfilling than ever before. Imagine this: no more emotional labor, no more negotiating over every little decision, and complete control over your time, your money, and your space. You're finally free to rediscover yourself, to travel the world on your terms, dive into passions you've ignored for decades, and create relationships that truly add value to your life. And here's the kicker: science and experience show that this newfound independence isn't just liberating, it's deeply rewarding. In this video, I'm going to share 15 powerful reasons why life can be better when you're single, inspired by wisdom that stood the test of time. You'll discover how this stage of life can be a springboard to freedom, growth, and happiness. Whether you're navigating this journey by choice or circumstance, stay with me. It's time to embrace this chapter of your life and unlock the endless possibilities waiting for you. 1. Rediscovering old hobbies and exploring new ones. When I found myself single after decades of being in a relationship, I felt both a sense of loss and an unexpected sense of freedom. At first, I didn't know what to do with all the time I suddenly had. But then I remembered something Marcus Aurelius once wrote: "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That wisdom helped me shift my focus inward to the things I could control, like how I spent my time. I started thinking about the hobbies I used to love but had set aside. I remembered how much joy I found in painting when I was younger. Back then, I'd lose myself in the colors and shapes, completely present in the moment. So I decided to pick it up again. I bought some brushes and paints, set up a small corner in my living room, and began. The strokes on the canvas became a form of meditation, a reminder that life's beauty is often found in simplicity. I also gave myself permission to try something completely new. I'd always been curious about yoga, so I joined a beginner's class. It wasn't just about flexibility. It became a lesson in mindfulness and gratitude for what my body could still do. Seneca's words echoed in my mind: "As long as you live, keep learning how to live." Rediscovering hobbies and exploring new interests has been one of the most liberating aspects of being single. It reminded me that life isn't about what I've lost, but about what I can still create and experience. Each day is an opportunity to grow, to embrace curiosity, and to find joy in the small, meaningful things that bring me closer to myself. 2. Opportunity to travel freely. When I became single, I realized how much freedom I had to finally travel the way I wanted. In the past, trips were always a negotiation: destinations, schedules, even where to eat. But now, I could explore places I'd dreamed of without compromise. Epictetus's reminder came to mind: freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. I decided to plan a solo trip, something I had never done before. My first destination was a quiet coastal town I'd always wanted to visit. Without needing to align plans with someone else's preferences, I could spend hours wandering through local markets, sitting on the beach with a good book, or simply enjoying the stillness. The solitude wasn't lonely, it was empowering. One of the most enlightening parts of traveling alone was discovering how resourceful I could be. I navigated unfamiliar streets, figured out new public transit systems, and even made friends with locals. Seneca's words resonated deeply. Everywhere is nowhere. When a person spends all their time in foreign travel, they end by having many acquaintances, but no friends. I realized that true travel isn't just about seeing new places. It's about forming meaningful connections with others and with yourself. Traveling freely helped me reconnect with my inner compass. It reminded me that life's richness comes not from what others plan for you, but from the paths you choose for yourself. Each trip became not just a journey to a new place, but a step toward becoming the person I wanted to be: curious, independent, and grateful for the world's endless possibilities. 3. Living life on your own terms. When you're in a long-term relationship, life often becomes a series of compromises. What to watch, where to live, how to spend your weekends, all of it involves negotiation. But when I became single, I realized I could finally design my life around my own desires. It was exhilarating and a little daunting. The words of Marcus Aurelius grounded me. Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. I began to ask myself, what truly made me happy? I found that I loved slow mornings with coffee and journaling, weekends spent hiking, and nights diving into books I'd always meant to read. No one else's schedule dictated mine. I didn't have to justify my choices or feel guilty for indulging in what brought me joy. This freedom extended to my larger goals as well. For years I'd wanted to start a small garden, but I always deferred to what my partner wanted for our shared space. Now I had a patch of earth entirely my own. Tending to it became a metaphor for my new life. I was finally planting seeds for myself, nurturing my own growth. Living on my own terms taught me the power of self-reliance. As Seneca said, "The greatest wealth is a poverty of desires." By stripping away the need to conform to someone else's expectations, I found clarity in what truly mattered to me. Life wasn't just simpler, it was fuller, richer, and deeply aligned with my own values. For the first time, I was living entirely for myself, and it felt incredible. 4. Your home, your sanctuary. When I became single, I realized my home was now truly mine. For years, I had shared decisions about furniture, decor, and how spaces were used. While those compromises were part of a shared life, they often left me feeling like my home didn't fully reflect who I was. Now, I could transform my space into a sanctuary. As Epictetus said, "Man is not worried by real problems so much as by his imagined anxieties about real problems." Having control over my space helped ease those imagined anxieties. I started small, painting walls in colors that brought me joy and rearranging furniture to create a sense of calm. I carved out a cozy reading nook by the window, filled my kitchen with tools for cooking meals I loved, and turned a spare room into an art studio. These changes weren't just about aesthetics. They were about creating a space that felt deeply personal, one that nurtured my peace of mind. This newfound freedom extended to how I lived in my home. If I wanted to stay up late, binge-watching documentaries, I could. If I felt like leaving the dishes until morning, there was no one to judge me. My home became a reflection of my values and priorities, a place of stillness and creativity. Seneca's wisdom often echoed in my mind. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. In reclaiming my home, I discovered the joy of living fully in the present. My sanctuary wasn't just a physical space, it was a mindset of contentment and peace that I carried with me every day. 5. Financial independence. One of the most liberating aspects of being single was taking full control of my finances. I no longer needed to negotiate spending, save for someone else's priorities, or compromise on long-term goals. My financial decisions were mine alone, and that brought a sense of empowerment I hadn't experienced before. Marcus Aurelius's words guided me. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. With financial freedom, I could focus my energy on what truly mattered to me. I started by re-evaluating my budget and making deliberate choices about how I spent my money. I invested in experiences that enriched my life, like travel, classes, and hobbies. At the same time, I prioritized long-term goals, such as saving for retirement and building a safety net. Every decision felt intentional and aligned with my personal values. The freedom to manage my money also allowed me to give back in meaningful ways. I donated to causes I cared about without needing to explain or justify my choices to anyone else. As Seneca said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." Financial independence gave me the clarity to see that I didn't need more. I just needed to use what I had in a way that brought me fulfillment. Taking charge of my finances wasn't just about money. It was about reclaiming my autonomy. I learned to trust my own judgment, plan for my future, and enjoy the freedom that comes from knowing I was in complete control of my resources. 6. Simpler, more liberating intimacy. One unexpected benefit of being single was how much simpler intimacy became. In my past relationships, intimacy was often entangled with emotional complexities, unspoken expectations, negotiations, and compromises. Now, I was free to define intimacy on my own terms. This shift felt profoundly liberating. As Seneca wisely noted, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Free from the imagined obligations of partnership, I discovered a new kind of joy. I no longer felt pressure to meet someone else's needs or navigate their emotional states to maintain closeness. Instead, I could focus on what I truly wanted. If I chose to pursue a connection, it was because it brought me genuine happiness, not because I felt obligated to maintain it. For the first time, I understood the value of intimacy as a choice, not a duty. Whether I sought companionship or chose to focus on my own personal growth, every decision was mine to make. This freedom allowed me to engage in relationships with clarity and intention without the baggage of unmet expectations. Living without the weight of those emotional entanglements gave me more energy to invest in myself. I learned to find fulfillment in the things I loved, writing, painting, and simply enjoying the peace of my own company. The simplicity of this new approach to intimacy was a gift that reminded me of Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. By redefining intimacy, I removed unnecessary distress and embraced a life of greater clarity and joy. 7. No more emotional labor. One of the most significant changes I experienced after becoming single was the relief of no longer being responsible for someone else's emotional well-being. In relationships, I often found myself managing not only my own emotions, but also soothing my partner's anxieties, resolving conflicts, and maintaining harmony in the household. While I once accepted this as part of love, I realized how draining it could be. Epictetus's advice came to mind. First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Being single allowed me to redirect all that emotional energy inward. I began to focus on my mental health, practicing mindfulness, and exploring what brought me peace and joy. Without the constant need to manage someone else's emotions, I discovered a lighter, freer version of myself. This freedom also improved the quality of my relationships with friends and family. When I wasn't weighed down by emotional labor, I could engage more authentically and give from a place of abundance rather than obligation. As Seneca said, "He who is brave is free." Letting go of emotional caretaking wasn't just brave, it was transformative. The absence of this invisible burden gave me space to build healthier relationships, ones based on mutual respect and support rather than caretaking. I learned that true love, whether romantic or platonic, doesn't require sacrificing your peace for someone else's. Instead, it thrives when both people take responsibility for their own emotions. 8. A stronger sense of self. After years of being in a relationship, I realized I had lost touch with who I was. My identity had become so intertwined with my role as a partner that I'd forgotten what truly made me happy. Becoming single gave me the chance to rediscover myself. Marcus Aurelius's words guided me. Nowhere can man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul. I began by asking myself simple but profound questions. What do I enjoy? What do I value? What kind of life do I want to live? I explored hobbies, reconnected with old friends, and even tried new activities that I never had time for before. Slowly but surely, I started to feel more like myself. Being single also taught me to trust my own decisions. Without someone else's input or validation, I learned to rely on my instincts and preferences. This built a deeper confidence in myself and my ability to create a life that felt fulfilling. Seneca's words became a mantra. As is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters. Through this process, I developed a stronger sense of self. I no longer felt defined by external roles or relationships. Instead, I felt grounded in my own identity, living a life that reflected my values and passions. The journey wasn't always easy, but it was deeply rewarding, and it reminded me that the most important relationship is the one you have with yourself. 9. The gift of peace and quiet. One of the greatest blessings of being single was discovering the power of peace and quiet. When I was in a relationship, my home was always filled with activity, whether it was conversations, TV noise, or just the hum of shared living. While companionship was meaningful, I often longed for moments of stillness. Becoming single gave me exactly that. At first, the quiet felt strange, almost unsettling. But as I adjusted, I began to savor it. I could wake up in the morning and enjoy my coffee without interruptions. I could sit by the window and listen to the rain, or take long solitary walks in the park. These moments of solitude became opportunities to reflect, recharge, and simply be. Epictetus's wisdom resonated with me. People are not disturbed by things, but by the views they take of them. I realized that my initial discomfort with silence wasn't about the quiet itself. It was about my perception of it. Once I embraced it, peace and quiet became a source of immense joy. This stillness also allowed me to cultivate mindfulness. I could focus entirely on the present moment, free from the distractions of a shared life. Over time, I discovered that these quiet moments were some of the most fulfilling parts of my day. They reminded me that happiness isn't always about doing, it's often about simply being. 10. Building a social life on your terms. When I was in a relationship, much of my social life revolved around shared friends, couples gatherings, and events that often catered to my partner's interests as much as mine. Becoming single gave me the opportunity to redefine how, when, and with whom I spent my time. This newfound freedom felt both empowering and liberating. As Marcus Aurelius advised, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. I applied this to my relationships, choosing to surround myself with people who uplifted and inspired me. I reconnected with old friends and sought out new ones who shared my interests and values. Whether it was joining a book club, attending community events, or taking a cooking class, I prioritized connections that felt meaningful. For the first time in years, I didn't have to attend events or engage with people out of obligation. This intentional approach to my social life also helped me set boundaries. If I needed time alone, I didn't feel pressured to explain or justify it. Seneca's wisdom guided me. Associate with those who will make a better man of you. By choosing friendships that added value to my life, I found a deeper sense of fulfillment. Being single allowed me to take control of my social calendar and focus on relationships that truly mattered. It wasn't about the quantity of connections, it was about the quality. This shift not only brought me closer to others, but also closer to myself. 11. Prioritizing health and wellness. When I was in a relationship, my health often took a back seat to the demands of shared life. Dinners out, accommodating someone else's schedule, or simply neglecting self-care in the hustle of daily routines. Once I became single, I realized I had the time and freedom to prioritize my health in ways I never had before. I started by focusing on my physical health. I joined a gym and took up yoga, activities I'd always wanted to try but had never made time for. I began cooking meals that nourished my body and experimenting with new recipes that were both healthy and enjoyable. Marcus Aurelius's words encouraged me. You must take care of your soul if you would have your head in order. My mental health also became a priority. I embraced practices like meditation and journaling, which helped me process emotions and find clarity. I even sought therapy to work through lingering challenges, an act of self-love that strengthened my resilience and emotional well-being. Seneca's wisdom reminded me to focus on what I could control. A man's as miserable as he thinks he is. By taking charge of my health, I felt stronger and more in control of my life. Prioritizing wellness wasn't just about looking or feeling good. It was about building a foundation for a longer, more fulfilling life. The freedom to focus entirely on my well-being transformed my outlook. I learned that caring for myself wasn't selfish, it was essential. And with every small step I took, I felt more empowered to live fully and joyfully. 12. Rediscovering old hobbies and exploring new interests. One of the most fulfilling aspects of being single was rediscovering hobbies I'd set aside and trying new activities I'd always been curious about. When I was married, my time and energy were often devoted to shared responsibilities or accommodating someone else's preferences. But now, I had the freedom to explore what truly brought me joy. I dusted off my old guitar, an instrument I hadn't touched in years, and started relearning songs I used to love. I also took up painting, finding peace in the rhythm of brushstrokes and the vibrant colors coming to life on the canvas. As Seneca wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." With this new chapter, I committed to using my time intentionally. I also embraced the opportunity to try new things. I signed up for a photography workshop and joined a hiking group, discovering passions I didn't know I had. These activities weren't just about passing time, they were about reconnecting with myself and cultivating a sense of purpose. The process of rediscovery taught me that life is full of possibilities, no matter your age or circumstances. With each new hobby or skill, I felt a sense of accomplishment and joy that reminded me of the limitless potential within us all. 13. Embracing freedom. When I became single, I experienced a kind of freedom I hadn't felt in years. It wasn't just about being able to make decisions on my own. It was about rediscovering the ability to live life exactly how I wanted. This shift reminded me of Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. Do not be constrained by the external. Seek the freedom within yourself. For years I had balanced the needs and preferences of someone else, often putting my own desires on the back burner. Now, I could finally prioritize what mattered most to me. I embraced spontaneous choices, like going on a last-minute road trip, spending an entire day lost in a book, or pursuing a new passion without worrying about anyone else's schedule. This freedom also extended to my mindset. I no longer felt tethered to societal expectations or the pressure to conform to a specific role. Instead, I focused on living authentically and intentionally. Seneca's words guided me. He who is brave is free. Being single gave me the courage to step into a new chapter of my life, unafraid of the unknown. The beauty of this freedom wasn't just in the big decisions, it was in the everyday moments. I could listen to my intuition, follow my curiosity, and build a life that reflected my values. Embracing this independence taught me that true happiness comes from within, not from external circumstances. It was a reminder that life's possibilities are endless when you take control of your own path. 14. No more. Negotiating the small stuff. One of the most surprising joys of being single was the simplicity of everyday life. In a relationship, even the smallest decisions, what to eat for dinner, what time to go to bed, or how to spend the weekend, often required negotiation. While compromise can be healthy, it can also be exhausting. Being single eliminated those constant discussions, leaving me free to make choices based solely on my preferences. I found a strange but profound satisfaction in deciding to eat cereal for dinner just because I felt like it, or staying up late binge-watching documentaries without worrying about waking someone else. These small freedoms may seem trivial, but they added up to a life that felt more relaxed and enjoyable. Marcus Aurelius's advice rang true. If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. When I was single, I didn't have to justify my actions or second-guess my decisions based on someone else's opinion. Living without these daily negotiations allowed me to focus on what truly mattered. It wasn't about rebelling against compromise. It was about honoring my own needs and desires. Over time, I realized how much energy I had saved by not constantly accommodating someone else, and I was able to channel that energy into my passions and personal growth. 15. The gift of peace and quiet. One of the greatest, most unexpected gifts of being single was the ability to enjoy peace and quiet whenever I wanted. In a relationship, there was always background noise, conversations, shared activities, or the hum of daily life together. While I valued companionship, I often found myself craving stillness. When I became single, I finally had the space to enjoy moments of true solitude. I'd wake up to quiet mornings, sip my coffee slowly, and watch the sunrise without a single interruption. I could spend afternoons reading, journaling, or simply sitting in silence. These moments weren't lonely. They were deeply rejuvenating. Seneca's wisdom guided me. The greatest blessings of mankind are within us and within our reach. A wise man is content with his lot, whatever it may be, without wishing for what he has not. I realized that peace wasn't something I needed to seek outside myself. It was already there, waiting for me to embrace it. This quiet time became a way to reflect and recharge, helping me cultivate mindfulness and gratitude for the simplicity of life. It also deepened my appreciation for the beauty of the present moment. The gift of peace and quiet wasn't just about having less noise. It was about finding clarity and calm in the stillness of my own company. So, there you have it. 15 powerful reasons why being single again isn't just a new chapter. It's an opportunity to create a life that's truly your own. Whether it's embracing freedom, rediscovering old passions, or building deeper connections, this stage of life is filled with possibilities you might not have imagined. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Which of these reasons resonated most with you? Are you currently embracing the single life, or is it something you're considering? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. I read every one and can't wait to hear your stories. If you found this video inspiring or helpful, make sure to give it a thumbs up. And don't forget to subscribe for more content about living a life full of freedom, growth, and wisdom. And if you think someone else might benefit from hearing this message, share this video with them. It might just change their perspective. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Have you ever felt completely drained from always putting others first, only to realize that your kindness sometimes comes back to bite you? Trust me, I know that feeling all too well. We're told from a young age to be compassionate and give selflessly. But what happens when being overly generous starts to take a serious toll on our well-being? In this video, I want to share some surprising ways being too kind can actually work against you. And more importantly, how you can protect yourself while still caring for others. Let's dive in and explore the balance between giving to others and giving yourself the respect you deserve. I'll get started with this in-depth exploration of how kindness, while noble, can sometimes work against us if not balanced properly. Here's the first elaborated idea. People will depend on you too much. When I first started helping out my friends and family regularly, I felt like I was making a difference. I'd be the person they'd call if they needed a ride, a listening ear, or help with a project. At first, it was heartwarming to feel needed, but slowly I noticed a shift. People began to expect my help rather than appreciate it. My phone would buzz constantly with requests that grew in size and frequency. A friend might call last minute, expecting me to drive an hour just to babysit, or a co-worker would ask me to cover for them again. Over time, this constant giving made me feel exhausted and unappreciated. Instead of focusing on my own tasks and goals, I'd be scrambling to fulfill others' needs. I barely had time to breathe, and what was worse, the people I helped rarely considered that I had responsibilities of my own. They had grown so accustomed to my assistance that they assumed I was always available. The more I gave, the less I felt seen, and eventually the imbalance began to affect my peace of mind and energy levels. The Stoic principle of self-care and knowing when to prioritize oneself became vital for me. I had to learn to say no, even though it felt uncomfortable. Setting boundaries didn't mean I stopped caring. It just meant recognizing that if I neglected my well-being, I wouldn't have much left to give. It was tough to accept that some people wouldn't take it well, but I had to put my health and peace first. These days I consciously choose when to offer my time, making sure my needs are met so I can show up fully for others without feeling overwhelmed. It's a balancing act, but one worth mastering. You'll attract opportunists. I used to think that being overly generous would naturally build stronger and deeper relationships. After all, I believed that helping others would create bonds rooted in gratitude and mutual support. But reality hit me hard when I noticed a pattern. Some people were only around when they needed something. I remember a particular friend from work who would always reach out when they needed help on a project or a favor. When I needed support or just wanted to hang out for fun, they were mysteriously unavailable. It started to feel like a one-sided transaction instead of a genuine friendship. I realized that my open-hearted generosity was like a beacon for opportunists. These people gravitated toward me, drawn by the idea that I'd always be there to lend a hand, share my resources, or offer emotional support. Instead of building connections that were mutually enriching, I found myself drained by interactions with people who only cared about what they could gain. They would soak up my energy, take what they needed, and vanish until the next time they were in need. There was no reciprocity, no sense of partnership, only depletion. It became clear to me that while kindness is a beautiful quality, it needs to be paired with discernment. Just because I had the ability to help didn't mean I was obligated to. The Stoics emphasize wisdom and the ability to judge situations wisely, and that wisdom became crucial. Now, I'm more intentional about where I invest my energy. I've learned to recognize when someone's presence in my life is opportunistic and to distance myself accordingly. It's not about withholding kindness. It's about protecting my spirit from those who don't value the relationship beyond what they can take from it. In the end, quality over quantity matters when it comes to who we let into our lives. You could miss out on self-care. Putting everyone else first feels noble at first, doesn't it? I remember thinking I was being the best version of myself when I made sacrifices to help others. Whether it was volunteering for a late-night project at work or spending an entire weekend helping a friend move, I was the person who would always say yes. But after a while, I noticed something concerning. I was neglecting my own needs. My physical and emotional health started to decline, and I was too drained to do anything about it. There was a day that really drove the point home. I had just spent hours running errands for my family, and by the time I got back home, I was completely spent. My muscles ached, and my mind was foggy. All I wanted was to rest, maybe take a hot bath or watch a movie, but another friend called asking for help. Despite being exhausted, I reluctantly agreed. I showed up for them, but internally I was resentful and angry. I realized that my selflessness was starting to feel more like a burden than a gift. Self-care isn't selfish, it's foundational. The Stoics teach that self-mastery and a well-ordered mind are crucial for a fulfilled life. I couldn't take care of anyone if I didn't first take care of myself. So, I started scheduling me time and protecting it fiercely. Whether it's a morning walk, a long bath, or just reading a book in peace, I prioritize those moments. If someone asks for my help during that time, I've learned to politely decline or reschedule. Now, I'm healthier, happier, and more genuinely present when I do choose to help others. It's not about doing less. It's about doing things from a place of abundance rather than exhaustion. People might think you're weak. It's hard to believe, but sometimes kindness can be interpreted as a lack of strength or confidence. I've experienced this firsthand. When I was younger, I thought being agreeable and accommodating would make me well-liked. I rarely spoke up for myself, rarely set boundaries, and always tried to make everyone happy. But instead of earning respect, I noticed people started treating me as if I couldn't stand up for myself. My peers at work began piling extra tasks onto me, assuming I wouldn't push back. Even friends would jokingly say, "Oh, you know they'll do it, they never say no." Deep down I felt frustrated and taken for granted, but I didn't want to risk disappointing anyone. This went on until a particularly eye-opening moment with a co-worker. I had just pulled an all-nighter finishing a report for them. And when I mentioned how tired I was, they shrugged and said, "You're too nice for your own good. You should have said no." It hit me. Even the people benefiting from my kindness saw me as a pushover. That stung, but it was the wake-up call I needed. The Stoic idea of self-discipline and asserting your boundaries became a guiding principle for me. I learned that being strong doesn't mean being harsh. It means valuing yourself enough to set limits. The first time I said no to an unreasonable request, I was terrified. But to my surprise, the world didn't end. In fact, people began respecting me more. They realized I had my own priorities and couldn't be guilted into overextending myself. It's about finding that balance, being kind, but not at the expense of your own dignity. Setting boundaries showed people I was not only kind, but also strong and self-respecting, and that changed everything. You might develop a habit of avoidance. Constantly focusing on others can sometimes be a way to run away from yourself. I used to fill my days with endless acts of service, staying busy to the point of exhaustion. It made me feel good on the surface, like I was doing something valuable. But when I was alone and things got quiet, a sense of discomfort would wash over me. If you've ever found yourself avoiding stillness because it brings up thoughts or emotions you'd rather not face, you'll know what I'm talking about. I had to confront the fact that my giving nature was sometimes a distraction from my own unresolved issues. If I kept my calendar packed with commitments, I didn't have to think about my insecurities or the lingering fears I hadn't dealt with. This realization came one weekend when all my plans fell through, and I was left with nothing but my thoughts. I felt a wave of anxiety, and it became clear that I had been using busyness as an emotional shield. The Stoics emphasize the importance of self-reflection and inner strength. I realized that running away from myself wasn't sustainable, so I started to create space in my life for introspection. It was difficult at first, but gradually I learned to face my feelings head-on. I journaled, practiced mindfulness, and even took long walks by myself to get comfortable with my own company. This self-awareness not only helped me grow, but also made my acts of kindness more genuine, as they were no longer fueled by a desire to escape my own struggles. It's about being there for others, while also being brave enough to face your own inner world. Your goals will be ignored. Have you ever felt like your dreams are slipping further away because you're too busy helping others with theirs? That was me. I had a long list of personal goals: writing a book, learning a new language, and even launching a passion project that I'd been dreaming about for years. But every time I thought I'd make progress, someone would call needing a favor. Of course, I'd say, pushing my goals aside. Whether it was helping a friend move or volunteering for an extra project at work, I constantly prioritized others. Before I knew it, years had passed, and my dreams remained just that, dreams. One of the hardest things to admit was that I was sabotaging my own potential. It wasn't just about being nice, it was about a fear of putting myself first. I thought people would label me as selfish or ungrateful, but the Stoics teach us the importance of living by reason and aligning our actions with our values. And my values included making my dreams a reality. This forced me to take a hard look at where my time and energy were going. I realized that saying yes to everything meant saying no to my own aspirations. So, I made a change. I started scheduling time for my goals, treating them with the same importance as I treated everyone else's needs. When someone asked for my help, I'd evaluate whether it aligned with my priorities. If it didn't, I'd politely decline or suggest a compromise. It wasn't easy, especially the first time I had to tell a friend I couldn't help them because I had my own commitments. But over time, I noticed a difference. My passion projects began to flourish, and I felt more fulfilled and in control of my life. Protecting your goals doesn't make you selfish. It ensures you're living a balanced, purposeful life. People will doubt your intentions. It's counterintuitive, but sometimes being too nice can make people suspicious. I experienced this with a colleague who once said, "Why are you always so helpful? What's your angle?" I was shocked. My intentions were pure, but to them, my generosity seemed too good to be true. In a world where people are used to hidden agendas and ulterior motives, extreme kindness can raise red flags. It's like when a stranger offers you free tickets or a too good to be true deal. You immediately wonder what the catch is. At first, this reaction hurt. I couldn't believe people would question my sincerity, but looking back, I can see how it might have seemed unusual. When people are too nice, especially in environments where trust is scarce, others can become wary. They wonder if you're trying to win favor or manipulate them in some way. It was a hard pill to swallow, but it made me realize that overextending myself might not be the best approach. The Stoics remind us to act in line with our values, regardless of how others perceive us. That wisdom helped me find a middle ground. I didn't stop being kind, but I did become more selective about where and how I invested my energy. Instead of spreading myself thin, I focused on meaningful acts of kindness for people I genuinely cared about. By being more intentional, I reduced the suspicion and created space for deeper, more authentic connections. I learned that quality trumps quantity in relationships, and kindness, when balanced with self-respect, carries more weight and credibility. You might end up feeling used. I remember a time when I was constantly there for everyone, always the dependable friend, the co-worker who'd cover extra shifts, the family member who'd drop everything to lend a hand. At first, it felt good to be needed, but that feeling quickly faded as I noticed a troubling pattern. People only reached out when they wanted something. Invitations to catch up or check in just to see how I was doing, almost non-existent. Slowly, I began to feel used, like a resource rather than a person with my own needs and emotions. It all came to a head when I helped a friend move, spending my entire weekend carrying boxes and organizing their new place. A few weeks later, I found myself in need of a favor, a small one, and that same friend was suddenly too busy. The disappointment cut deep, and I felt a wave of resentment. It wasn't the first time either. My acts of kindness were met with expectations, not appreciation, and that left me feeling drained and bitter. The Stoics teach us that emotional balance is crucial and that our peace of mind should never be dependent on others' behavior. I realized that I had to change how I gave, not to receive something in return, but to protect my own well-being. I started asking myself, am I giving because I truly want to, or am I giving out of obligation or a need for validation? If the answer was the latter, I paused. It's okay to be kind, but it's equally okay to protect yourself from feeling used. By being mindful of who I give to and why, I've learned to preserve my energy and ensure that I'm acting from a place of genuine care, not from a fear of disappointing others. Your kindness might enable irresponsibility. Have you ever found yourself doing so much for someone that they no longer felt the need to handle their own responsibilities? I've definitely been there. A close family member once struggled with managing their finances, and I would always swoop in to pay their bills or help them organize their expenses. I thought I was doing the right thing, being supportive and easing their burden. But in reality, my constant rescue missions enabled their financial irresponsibility. They didn't feel the pressure to learn or change because I was always there to save the day. It's a harsh reality. Sometimes our kindness can do more harm than good. The Stoics emphasize the importance of moderation and rational decision-making, and that applies to giving as well. If we constantly take over someone's responsibilities, we rob them of the opportunity to grow and become independent. This doesn't mean we shouldn't help. It means we should be mindful of how we help. Instead of always stepping in, we can offer guidance and support while still encouraging them to take ownership of their problems. Now, I'm more intentional about how I assist others. For that same family member, I stopped offering financial bailouts. Instead, I helped them set up a budget and encouraged them to seek advice from a professional. It wasn't easy to watch them struggle at first, but it was necessary for their growth. Sometimes the kindest thing we can do is to let people learn from their mistakes and find their own strength. That's how we empower others without sacrificing our own peace. You'll feel overwhelmed and stressed. Being everyone's go-to helper might seem honorable, but it's a fast track to burnout. I used to say yes to everything, helping friends move, volunteering for extra work, taking care of family errands, and it left me feeling constantly overwhelmed. My schedule was packed to the point that I barely had time to rest or even enjoy simple things, like reading a book or taking a quiet walk. The stress built up, affecting not only my mental health but my physical well-being too. I'd lie awake at night, my mind racing with all the things I had to do for everyone else. One morning, I woke up exhausted and thought, how did I get here? The answer was simple. I hadn't set boundaries. I was so focused on being available for everyone else that I neglected my own needs. The Stoics teach us the value of balance and self-control, and it became clear that I needed to make some changes. It was time to stop treating self-care as a luxury and start treating it as a necessity. I learned to say no without feeling guilty, and it was life-changing. I prioritized my well-being and even scheduled do-nothing time, where I could just relax or do something I loved. If a friend asked for help during my designated self-care hours, I'd explain that I had a prior commitment, even if that commitment was to myself. Setting these boundaries helped me show up more fully when I did choose to help, without feeling overburdened or stressed. It taught me that it's possible to be kind and generous without sacrificing my own peace and happiness. Strategies to protect yourself. Listen to your emotions. It took me a long time to realize that my body and emotions were trying to tell me something every time I felt burned out from helping others. I used to ignore those feelings, brushing them off as a sign that I just needed to work harder or be more selfless. But the truth is, our emotions and physical sensations are often our first indicators that something is off balance. There was a time when I agreed to help a friend organize a huge event. I thought it would be fun and rewarding, but as the weeks went by, I started feeling a heavy sense of dread and anxiety. I wasn't sleeping well, and I felt on edge every time my phone buzzed with another request for help. I'd push through, telling myself that feeling resentful wasn't kind or right, but the resentment kept building. Eventually, I snapped at my friend over something minor, and that's when I knew I had to pause and reflect. The Stoics emphasize the importance of self-awareness, and I realized I needed to honor my emotions instead of ignoring them. Our feelings serve as messengers, telling us when we've stretched ourselves too thin. Now, I pay close attention to how I feel when helping someone. If I notice that familiar anxiety creeping in or feel a wave of exhaustion, I give myself permission to step back. I might take a walk, meditate, or journal about what's bothering me. These moments of self-care allow me to reset and determine whether I'm giving from a place of genuine generosity or from obligation and burnout. By tuning into my emotions, I can make sure my kindness is sustainable and not at the cost of my own well-being. Embrace the power of saying no. Saying no used to make me feel like the worst person in the world. I'd imagine the disappointment in the other person's eyes, and guilt would eat me alive. But over the years, I've come to see that no is one of the most liberating and self-respecting words we can use. There was a time when I was juggling work, family commitments, and helping out at a community center. One evening, a friend asked if I could join a committee for a new project. My gut screamed no, but I felt too guilty to say it. So I agreed, even though it meant giving up my one free evening for self-care. Fast forward a month, and I was exhausted, stressed, and frustrated. I hadn't taken a single moment for myself, and I was growing resentful. That's when I realized that saying no wasn't selfish. It was necessary. The Stoics teach us that we must respect our own time and energy. So I practiced in front of the mirror, telling myself, it's okay to say no. Your well-being matters. When I finally said no to the next request, I felt a mix of relief and fear. But to my surprise, the world didn't collapse. People adjusted, and some even respected me more for setting boundaries. Now, I remind myself that no is not a rejection of the person asking. It's an affirmation of my own limits. It allows me to say yes to things that truly matter with energy and joy. And when I do say yes, I know it's coming from a place of genuine willingness, not out of guilt or obligation. Schedule time. Just for yourself. Carving out time for myself used to feel like an indulgence I couldn't afford. My schedule was always filled with commitments, whether it was work projects, family responsibilities, or friends needing a hand. But one day I had a wake-up call. I was so worn out from running around non-stop that I came down with a fever and had to spend a whole weekend in bed. That forced rest made me realize how much I'd neglected myself. The Stoics talk about living in harmony with our nature, and part of that is recognizing when we need rest and solitude to recharge. So I started blocking out time on my calendar for self-care. It could be as simple as an hour to read a book, go for a walk, or even just sit quietly with a cup of tea. At first, I felt guilty. I'd think, what if someone needs me during this time? But I knew I had to protect it. When a friend called during one of my designated self-care hours, I simply said, I'm not available right now. Can we catch up later? It felt strange at first, but also incredibly empowering. Scheduling time for myself has become a non-negotiable part of my life. It's not about being unavailable to others. It's about being fully present when I do show up. By guarding this time fiercely, I've become more grounded, energized, and able to help others from a place of abundance rather than depletion. Now, self-care isn't a luxury. It's an essential part of my routine, and I'm all the better for it. Set clear boundaries. Identifying and dealing with energy vampires was one of the hardest but most necessary changes I had to make. We all know those people who leave us feeling exhausted after every interaction, right? For me, it was a former co-worker who would constantly vent about her problems but never seemed interested in solving them. Every conversation drained me, and I realized I was becoming a sounding board for someone who had no intention of changing or reciprocating support. Setting boundaries felt uncomfortable at first. I didn't want to come across as rude or unkind. But the Stoics emphasize that our well-being is our responsibility, and I had to take that to heart. I began to limit my interactions with this co-worker, gently steering conversations away from negativity or cutting them short when they became too draining. I'd say, "I'm really sorry you're dealing with that, but I need to focus on some work right now." It wasn't easy, and I felt guilty for a while. But over time, I noticed how much lighter I felt when I prioritized my mental energy. It's not just about avoiding draining people, but also about nurturing relationships that uplift and inspire me. I've learned to protect my time and energy fiercely. If someone's presence consistently leaves me feeling worse, I limit my interactions or, in some cases, walk away entirely. It's about valuing my own well-being as much as I value others. And by doing so, I've made space for people who bring joy, wisdom, and balance into my life. Setting boundaries doesn't make me less kind. It makes me healthier and stronger, which ultimately allows me to give more authentically. Being kind is one of life's greatest virtues, but when taken to the extreme, it can backfire. The Stoic philosophy reminds us that everything should be done in moderation, including generosity. By setting boundaries, being intentional about where we direct our energy, and remembering to take care of ourselves, we can continue to be kind without feeling used, stressed, or depleted. It's all about finding that sweet spot, the balance between giving to others and honoring our own needs. Remember, you deserve the same kindness you show to everyone else, and sometimes the most compassionate thing you can do is to respect your own well-being. Thank you for joining me on this journey of self-discovery and balance. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to give this video a thumbs up and subscribe for more wisdom rooted in Stoic principles. Your support helps this channel grow, and I'm so grateful to have you here.
20 Stoic rules to conquer the day. Imagine waking up each morning with a profound sense of purpose, ready to conquer the day with unwavering strength and clarity. What if every challenge you faced became an opportunity to grow, and every decision you made was guided by timeless wisdom? Welcome to the world of Stoicism, where ancient principles empower you to lead an extraordinary life. In this guide, we unveil 20 Stoic rules that will transform your daily routine and mindset. These principles, rooted in the teachings of great philosophers like Seneca and Marcus Aurelius, offer a roadmap to mastering your inner world and thriving in the face of adversity. Each rule is a beacon of wisdom, designed to help you navigate the complexities of modern life with grace and resilience. Join us as we delve into the heart of Stoic philosophy, exploring how you can harness its power to live a life of purpose, virtue, and excellence. Whether you're seeking to improve your personal growth, manage stress, or simply find a deeper sense of fulfillment, these Stoic rules will equip you with the tools to conquer each day. Let's embark on this transformative journey together. Number 1, remember that your response to situations is within your control. The Stoics taught that while we cannot control external events, we can control how we respond to them. This principle is the cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, empowering you to maintain inner peace and resilience regardless of circumstances. When faced with challenges, focus on your reaction rather than the situation itself. Choose responses that align with your values and virtues. By exercising this control, you transform potential stresses into opportunities for growth. This mindset shift reduces anxiety and fosters a sense of empowerment. Instead of feeling helpless in the face of adversity, you realize that your attitude and actions are always within your control. Practice patience, compassion, and rationality in your responses. Reflect on how your reactions influence your well-being and the well-being of others. Cultivate a habit of responding thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. This practice not only enhances your personal resilience, but also sets a positive example for others. By focusing on what you can control, your responses, you navigate life with greater clarity and composure. This Stoic wisdom empowers you to face any situation with grace and strength. Number 2, consistently strive to improve yourself and your circumstances. The journey of self-improvement is a lifelong commitment, a daily practice of honing your skills, expanding your knowledge, and refining your character. The Stoic philosopher Seneca reminds us that while we teach, we learn, emphasizing the reciprocal nature of growth. Improvement is not about drastic changes overnight, but about making small, deliberate steps every day. Embrace the power of incremental progress. Each day offers a new opportunity to be better than you were yesterday. Reflect on your actions, learn from your mistakes, and seek wisdom in every experience. Cultivate resilience and adaptability, for life is full of unexpected challenges. View these challenges as opportunities to grow stronger and wiser. Do not become complacent with your current achievements. There is always room for growth. Strive to enhance your physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Read, meditate, exercise, and engage in meaningful conversations. Surround yourself with people who inspire and challenge you. Remember, the pursuit of excellence is a noble endeavor, one that brings fulfillment and a sense of purpose. By committing to continuous self-improvement, you not only elevate your own life, but also contribute positively to the lives of others. Number 3, handle difficult people with serenity, kindness, and grace. The Stoics teach us that we cannot control the actions of others, but we can control our reactions. Encounters with difficult individuals are inevitable, yet they present valuable opportunities to practice virtue. When faced with negativity, respond with calmness and composure. Do not allow others to disrupt your inner peace. Instead, treat them with kindness, even when it is undeserved. This is not a sign of weakness, but of strength. By maintaining your serenity, you demonstrate control over your emotions and set a positive example. Kindness disarms hostility and often transforms adversaries into allies. Approach every interaction with grace, recognizing that everyone is fighting their own battles. Show empathy and understanding, even when it is challenging. Remember, the way you treat others is a reflection of your character, not theirs. Practicing kindness and grace in difficult situations cultivates patience and fortitude. It strengthens your ability to remain unshaken by external events. Embrace these encounters as opportunities to grow and to reinforce your commitment to living virtuously. By handling difficult people with serenity, kindness, and grace, you elevate yourself and those around you. Number 4, stay present and handle what is in front of you. In the hustle and bustle of daily life, it is easy to become overwhelmed by the myriad of tasks and worries. The Stoic principle of focusing on the present moment offers a profound solution. By staying present, you anchor yourself in the here and now, where your power lies. The past is unchangeable and the future is uncertain. Only the present is within your control. Concentrate on the task at hand, giving it your full attention and effort. This not only enhances the quality of your work, but also reduces anxiety. When you focus on what you can do now, you eliminate the fear of what might happen later. Approach each task with a clear mind, undistracted by the noise of the past or future. This level of focus leads to a deeper sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Moreover, handling what is in front of you cultivates a habit of mindfulness, allowing you to experience life more fully Embrace the present moment, for it is the only time you truly have. By living in the present, you honor the gift of life and make the most of every opportunity. Number 5, view challenges as essential for discovering your true strength. The Stoics believed that adversity is not just inevitable, but necessary for personal growth. Every challenge you face is an opportunity to test and reveal your inner fortitude. It is through the crucible of difficulty that your true character is forged. When you encounter obstacles, do not shy away or succumb to despair. Instead, embrace them as opportunities to demonstrate resilience and perseverance. Each challenge you overcome builds your confidence and prepares you for future trials. Remember, the strength of a tree is not measured by the absence of storms, but by its ability to withstand them. Similarly, your strength is revealed through your capacity to endure and overcome hardships. View each challenge as a stepping stone towards greater wisdom and strength. Adopt a mindset that welcomes difficulties as teachers, guiding you towards self-improvement. By facing challenges head-on, you cultivate courage and resilience, essential virtues for a fulfilling life. Do not seek a life of ease and comfort. Instead, seek a life of purpose and growth. Through challenges, you discover the depth of your capabilities and the true extent of your strength. Number 6, embrace challenges as opportunities for growth, with greater rewards from difficult undertakings. The Stoics taught that the path to excellence is paved with trials and tribulations. Each challenge you face is a chance to hone your skills, deepen your wisdom, and strengthen your character. When you encounter a difficult task, see it not as a burden, but as a valuable opportunity for personal development. Embracing challenges with a positive mindset transforms obstacles into stepping stones for success. The more difficult the undertaking, the greater the rewards you will reap. These rewards are not just external achievements, but also internal growth. By pushing your limits, you expand your potential and discover new strengths. Challenges test your resilience and determination, qualities that are essential for a fulfilling life. They teach you patience, perseverance, and the value of hard work. Embrace every challenge with the confidence that you will emerge stronger and wiser. Do not shy away from difficulties. Instead, seek them out as opportunities to prove your mettle. Remember, a smooth sea never made a skilled sailor. It is through the storms of life that you become truly capable and strong. Embrace challenges and unlock your true potential. Number 7, choose strength over weakness, courage over cowardice, and virtue over vice. The Stoics believe that true freedom comes from within, from the ability to choose our responses to life's events. In every situation, you have the power to choose how you will act. Will you give in to weakness, or will you rise with strength? Will you be ruled by fear, or will you act with courage? The path of virtue is often the harder path, but it is also the most rewarding. By choosing strength, you build resilience. By choosing courage, you face your fears and grow stronger. By choosing virtue, you align yourself with your highest ideals and live a life of integrity. These choices define your character and shape your destiny. Each decision you make is an opportunity to reinforce your commitment to living a good and meaningful life. Do not be swayed by external circumstances. Instead, focus on what is within your control. Choose to respond with strength, courage, and virtue, no matter what challenges you face. By making these choices consistently, you build a foundation of character that will support you through all of life's trials. Number 8, begin each day by envisioning how you want to feel at the end of it. The Stoics emphasize the importance of intentionality and foresight. Starting your day with a clear vision sets the tone for everything that follows. Take a moment each morning to reflect on your goals and the kind of person you aspire to be. Envision the emotions you want to experience at the end of the day: satisfaction, peace, accomplishment. This practice aligns your actions with your values and priorities, guiding you through the day with purpose. When challenges arise, this vision serves as a compass, reminding you of what truly matters. By focusing on the desired end state, you are more likely to make choices that lead to a fulfilling and meaningful day. This proactive approach reduces the likelihood of regret and increases your sense of control over your life. It is a powerful exercise in mindfulness and self-discipline. Envisioning your desired feelings at the end of each day helps you stay committed to your goals and maintain a positive, productive mindset. Make this practice a daily habit and watch how it transforms your life, one day at a time. Number 9, accept and extract good from your fate. The Stoics believed in the concept of amor fati, or love of fate. This means embracing whatever life throws at you, not with resignation, but with a proactive attitude of finding the good in every situation. Life is unpredictable and often beyond our control, but our response to it is always within our power. Accepting your fate means acknowledging reality without complaint or resistance. It's about recognizing that every experience, no matter how challenging, carries within it the seeds of growth and learning. By extracting the good from your circumstances, you transform adversity into an opportunity for personal development. This mindset fosters resilience as you learn to see obstacles as stepping stones rather than barriers. It also cultivates gratitude as you become more aware of the hidden blessings in every experience. Accepting your fate with grace and wisdom allows you to live in harmony with the world, free from the turmoil of resistance and regret. Embrace each moment fully, trust in the unfolding of your life, and find peace in the knowledge that everything has a purpose. By loving your fate, you turn every situation to your advantage. Number 10, focus on today's tasks to alleviate anxiety about the future. The Stoics taught that worrying about the future is futile and distracts from the present moment, where our true power lies. By concentrating on what you can do today, you harness your energy and attention effectively. The future is uncertain and beyond your direct control, but the actions you take now can shape it positively. Break down your goals into manageable tasks and tackle them one by one. This approach not only reduces anxiety, but also enhances productivity and a sense of accomplishment. When you focus on today's tasks, you are fully engaged in the present, making each moment count. This mindfulness brings clarity and calm, enabling you to handle challenges with greater ease. Moreover, by taking care of the present, you lay a solid foundation for the future. Trust that by giving your best effort today, you're preparing yourself for whatever tomorrow may bring. Let go of the need to predict or control the future, and instead immerse yourself in the here and now. This practice of focusing on today's tasks cultivates a sense of peace and empowers you to live more fully and effectively. Number 11, avoid complaints as they hinder personal growth. The Stoics believed that complaining is a waste of energy and a sign of weakness. It focuses attention on what is wrong rather than what can be improved. Complaints create a negative mindset, fostering dissatisfaction and helplessness. Instead of complaining, take constructive action. When faced with a problem, seek solutions and opportunities for learning. Every challenge is a chance to develop resilience and resourcefulness. By reframing difficulties as growth opportunities, You shift your focus from what is lacking to what can be gained. This proactive approach empowers you and fosters a positive outlook. Complaining also affects those around you, spreading negativity and lowering morale. Cultivate a habit of gratitude and positivity. Focus on the aspects of your life that are within your control and take responsibility for your actions. When you feel the urge to complain, pause and reflect on how you can address the situation constructively. This mindset not only enhances your personal growth, but also sets a positive example for others. By avoiding complaints and embracing a proactive attitude, you build a stronger, more resilient character and contribute to a more positive and productive environment. Number 12. Time is fleeting, so postpone nothing and stay present. The Stoics remind us that life is short and uncertain. The only moment we truly have is the present. Procrastination is the thief of time, robbing us of the opportunity to live fully and meaningfully. Each moment wasted is a moment lost forever. Embrace the urgency of now and commit to living each day with purpose and intention. Prioritize your tasks and focus on what truly matters. Do not defer your dreams and goals to a future that is not guaranteed. Take decisive action today, for tomorrow is uncertain. Staying present means fully engaging in each moment, appreciating its value and potential. It means letting go of regrets about the past and anxieties about the future. By living in the present, you maximize your effectiveness and enrich your life. This mindfulness enhances your experiences, deepens your relationships, and brings a sense of fulfillment. Time is the most precious resource we have. Once it is gone, it cannot be reclaimed. Cherish it, use it wisely, and make the most of every moment. By staying present and postponing nothing, you honor the gift of life and create a legacy of purpose and action. Number 13. Manage time wisely, understanding that time spent is life spent. The Stoics valued the mindful use of time, recognizing it as our most precious resource. Every moment you spend is a part of your life you can never get back. Therefore, it is essential to use your time wisely and intentionally. Prioritize activities that align with your values and contribute to your personal growth and well-being. Avoid distractions and time-wasting habits that do not serve your goals. Plan your days thoughtfully, setting clear priorities and boundaries. Remember that each day is an opportunity to move closer to your aspirations. Treat time as a valuable currency, spending it on things that matter most to you. This mindset not only enhances productivity, but also brings a deeper sense of fulfillment and purpose. Reflect regularly on how you spend your time and make adjustments as needed to stay aligned with your goals. By managing your time wisely, you take control of your life and make the most of the limited time you have. The mindful use of time leads to a more focused, intentional, and meaningful life, allowing you to achieve your fullest potential. Number 14, have a clear direction and purpose to succeed. The Stoics believed that a well-defined sense of purpose is crucial for a fulfilling life. Without direction, we drift aimlessly, easily swayed by external circumstances and distractions. To succeed, you must know where you are going and why. Clarify your goals and values and align your actions with them. This clarity provides a roadmap for your life, guiding your decisions and actions. It instills a sense of purpose and motivation, driving you to persevere even in the face of obstacles. A clear direction helps you stay focused and resilient, reducing the likelihood of being derailed by setbacks. Reflect on your passions and strengths and consider how they can contribute to your overall purpose. Set specific, achievable goals that move you closer to your vision. Regularly review and adjust your goals to ensure they remain aligned with your evolving values and circumstances. By having a clear direction and purpose, you create a sense of meaning and fulfillment in your life. It gives you the motivation to overcome challenges and the resilience to stay committed to your path. With a clear purpose, you can navigate life with confidence and achieve lasting success. Number 15. Live purposefully, recognizing the brevity of life. The Stoics often reflected on the fleeting nature of existence, urging us to live with intention and urgency. Life is short and time is precious. To live purposefully means to align your actions with your core values and long-term goals. It involves making deliberate choices that contribute to a meaningful and fulfilling life. Avoid distractions and superficial pursuits that do not serve your deeper purpose. Embrace the present moment, fully engaging in your activities and relationships. This mindful approach enhances your experiences and brings a sense of fulfillment. Reflect regularly on your priorities and ensure that your daily actions align with them. By living purposefully, you make the most of the limited time you have. You focus on what truly matters and let go of what does not. This practice not only enriches your own life, but also positively impacts those around you. Recognizing the brevity of life instills a sense of urgency and motivation to live fully and authentically. Embrace this Stoic wisdom and commit to living each day with purpose and intention, making your life a reflection of your highest values and aspirations. Number 16, focus on tasks with minimal distractions to maximize effectiveness. The Stoics emphasize the importance of concentration and discipline. In our fast-paced, distraction-filled world, maintaining focus can be challenging, but is crucial for productivity and success. Identify the tasks that are most important and dedicate your full attention to them. Eliminate or minimize distractions, whether they are digital notifications, unnecessary meetings, or cluttered environments. Create a conducive workspace that fosters concentration and clarity. Practice mindfulness techniques to enhance your ability to stay present and focused. This disciplined approach not only improves the quality of your work, but also reduces stress and increases satisfaction. By giving your full attention to one task at a time, you enhance your efficiency and achieve better results. This practice also fosters a sense of accomplishment and progress, motivating you to continue striving for excellence. Prioritize deep work and avoid multitasking, which can dilute your efforts and reduce overall productivity. Remember, the quality of your work is directly related to the quality of your attention. By focusing on tasks with minimal distractions, you maximize your effectiveness and make significant strides toward your goals. Number 17, use your life to be extraordinary. Every moment is a gift, an opportunity to rise above mediocrity and leave a mark on the world. The Stoics teach us that life is fleeting, a brief flicker in an eternity of darkness. Why waste it on trivialities? Channel your inner potential, strive for greatness, and aim to be a person of value. Extraordinary lives are not the result of extraordinary circumstances, but of extraordinary efforts. Choose to be extraordinary in your thoughts, actions, and character. Set high standards for yourself and pursue them relentlessly. Remember, it is not the external achievements that define an extraordinary life, but the inner virtues cultivated along the way. Live with purpose, integrity, and a commitment to excellence. Your legacy is built one decision at a time, one action at a time. Be the person who inspires others, who makes a difference, and who lives with intention. Do not settle for a life of quiet desperation. Instead, embrace the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself. The world needs extraordinary people, and you have the power to be one of them. Seize the day and make your life a testament to the greatness within you. Number 18, recognize the importance of working together. The Stoics valued community and cooperation, understanding that human beings thrive in collaboration. In a world that often emphasizes individual achievement, it is essential to remember the power of working together. Collective efforts amplify individual strengths and compensate for weaknesses. When you collaborate with others, you gain diverse perspectives and skills that enhance your own capabilities. Embrace opportunities to work as part of a team, whether in personal, professional, or community settings. Practice active listening, empathy, and open communication to build strong, trusting relationships. By valuing the contributions of others, you foster a spirit of cooperation and mutual respect. This approach not only improves outcomes, but also enriches your experiences and connections. Recognize that we are stronger together than apart. Working collaboratively teaches humility, patience, and the value of shared goals. It creates a sense of belonging and purpose, enhancing overall well-being. By prioritizing teamwork and collaboration, you contribute to a more cohesive, supportive, and successful environment. This Stoic principle reminds us that our individual actions impact the larger community and that we thrive best when we work together. Number 19. Treat each day and hour as a precious gift. The Stoics believed in the sanctity of time, urging us to live each moment fully and mindfully. Every day presents a new opportunity to grow, learn, and make a positive impact. Approach each day with gratitude and intention, recognizing its inherent value. Avoid wasting time on trivial pursuits or idle distractions. Instead, focus on activities that align with your values and contribute to your goals. Reflect on the transient nature of life and let this awareness motivate you to make the most of every hour. Prioritize meaningful experiences and relationships and invest your time in what truly matters. This mindful approach enhances your sense of fulfillment and purpose. By treating each day as a gift, you cultivate a deeper appreciation for life and its possibilities. This perspective encourages you to live with urgency and intention, making deliberate choices that enrich your life. Embrace the present moment, for it is the only time you truly have. By honoring the gift of time, you create a life that is not only productive, but also deeply rewarding and meaningful. Number 20. Stop letting your potential lie dormant and give your best effort each day. The Stoics believed that each of us has untapped potential waiting to be realized. Do not allow fear, doubt, or complacency to hold you back. Every day is an opportunity to move closer to your fullest potential. Embrace a mindset of growth and possibility, pushing yourself to excel in all areas of life. Take consistent action towards your goals, no matter how small. Each effort builds momentum and brings you closer to your aspirations. Reflect on your strengths and areas for improvement, and make a conscious effort to develop them. Seek feedback, learn from your experiences, and stay committed to your personal and professional growth. By giving your best effort each day, you honor your potential and create a life of purpose and fulfillment. Remember, greatness is not achieved overnight, but through persistent, dedicated effort. Do not settle for mediocrity. Strive for excellence in everything you do. This commitment to your potential not only enhances your own life, but also inspires and elevates those around you. Embrace your capabilities and make the most of every opportunity to grow and excel. As we conclude this journey through the wisdom of Stoic principles, remember that every day is an opportunity to apply these timeless teachings and transform your life. The power to conquer your day lies within you, guided by the strength of your character and the clarity of your purpose. If you found value in these Stoic rules and are inspired to incorporate them into your daily routine, don't stop here. Embrace the path of continuous growth and resilience, and let the wisdom of Stoicism guide you towards a more fulfilling and purposeful life. If you enjoyed this video and want to dive deeper into wisdom that can elevate every aspect of your life, like this video and subscribe to the Wiser channel. Join our community of seekers, thinkers, and doers who are committed to living extraordinary lives. Share this video with those who could benefit from a dose of ancient wisdom in their modern lives. Thank you for watching, and remember, every day is a new chance to live with intention, strength, and virtue. Stay wise, stay resilient, and stay tuned for more powerful insights on the Wiser channel. Have you ever wondered what it takes to lead a truly fulfilling and resilient life? In a world full of constant changes and uncertainties, finding lasting happiness and inner peace might seem elusive. However, ancient wisdom and modern psychology both suggest that the keys to a balanced and contented life lie within our own control. This guide explores 12 timeless principles that can transform your mindset and approach to life, helping you navigate challenges with grace and seize opportunities with confidence. From understanding the transient nature of both joy and sorrow to embracing the power of being present, these principles offer a roadmap for personal growth and well-being. We'll delve into how happiness is a personal choice that stems from within, why accepting what you cannot control brings peace, and how taking risks can lead to greater rewards. Each section is enriched with vivid examples to illustrate how these ideas can be applied in everyday life, making them not just abstract concepts, but practical tools for your journey towards a more fulfilling existence. Number 1. Happiness is a personal choice. Happiness is a deeply personal state that arises from within, shaped significantly by one's mindset rather than external circumstances. Imagine waking up to a gloomy, rainy day. While some may feel down and unmotivated, others might see it as an opportunity to enjoy a cozy day indoors, read a book, or indulge in a warm cup of tea. This difference in perception highlights that happiness is a choice. External factors like social media often create unrealistic standards and comparisons that detract from genuine happiness. Consider Jane, who constantly checks her social media feed, comparing her life to the seemingly perfect lives of others. This habit leaves her feeling inadequate and unhappy. One day, she decides to take a break from social media. Gradually, she notices a positive shift in her mood and starts appreciating the small joys in her own life, like spending time with loved ones and pursuing hobbies. By disconnecting from these external pressures and focusing on cultivating a positive mindset, individuals can find true contentment, embracing gratitude, engaging in activities that bring joy, and surrounding oneself with positive influences are practical steps towards making happiness a personal choice, independent of external validation. 2. Everything is temporary. Life's ebb and flow teaches us that both good and bad times are fleeting. This perspective can be incredibly empowering. For instance, when facing a tough situation like losing a job, it's easy to feel overwhelmed and hopeless. But by remembering that this hardship is temporary, one can muster the strength to persevere. Take John, who was laid off unexpectedly. Initially devastated, he reminded himself that this was just a phase. He used the opportunity to upskill, network, and eventually found a better position that aligned more with his passions. Similarly, good times should be savored because they, too, are transient. Sarah, for instance, celebrated her promotion with gratitude, knowing it marked a significant milestone but wasn't a permanent fixture. By embracing both highs and lows with equanimity, one can navigate life with a balanced and resilient mindset. This acceptance of life's temporariness fosters a deeper appreciation for the present moment, helping us to cherish the good and calmly endure the bad. 3. Life isn't fair. Accepting that life isn't always fair is a crucial step toward personal empowerment. Everyone faces different challenges and circumstances. For example, Emma, born into a less privileged background, faced significant hurdles in pursuing her education. Instead of lamenting her situation, she took charge of her future by working part-time jobs, applying for scholarships, and utilizing community resources. Her determination paid off, and she eventually graduated with honors. Conversely, Jack, who seemed to have everything handed to him, faced his own struggles when his family business collapsed. He realized that his previous advantages didn't exempt him from life's trials. Both Emma and Jack illustrate that life's fairness isn't guaranteed, but personal responsibility and resilience are key to overcoming challenges. By focusing on what can be controlled and proactively seeking solutions, individuals can navigate life's inherent unfairness and emerge stronger. 4. Taking risks. Avoiding risks is often the greatest risk of all. Embracing uncertainty is essential for growth and success. Consider Lisa, who left her stable job to start her own business. The initial phase was filled with uncertainty and setbacks, but her willingness to take that leap led to the creation of a successful enterprise. Similarly, Michael, who decided to move to a new city for better career opportunities, faced numerous challenges, but ultimately found a job that fulfilled his professional aspirations. Taking risks in relationships is equally important. For instance, Alex, after a series of failed relationships, decided to be more open and vulnerable with his feelings. This risk paid off when he met someone who appreciated his authenticity, leading to a meaningful and lasting relationship. These examples demonstrate that embracing risks, despite the fear of failure, often leads to significant personal and professional rewards. 5. The power of being present. Living in the present is crucial for a fulfilling life. While planning for the future is necessary, it shouldn't overshadow current actions. Consider Anna, who was always focused on her future career goals, often missing out on important family moments. When she started practicing mindfulness, she learned to appreciate her present interactions and experiences, leading to a more balanced and joyful life. Dwelling on the past is similarly unproductive. Mark, who constantly replayed past mistakes in his mind, found himself trapped in a cycle of regret. By shifting his focus to the present, he began to engage more fully in his daily activities and relationships, finding a new sense of peace and satisfaction. Embracing the present moment allows for more meaningful connections and experiences, enhancing overall well-being and happiness. 6. The trap of overthinking. Overthinking can lead to unnecessary stress and paralysis. Take Maria, who spent hours agonizing over every decision, big or small. This habit left her exhausted and anxious. One day, she decided to adopt a more proactive approach. Instead of dwelling on potential outcomes, she started making decisions quickly and confidently. This shift not only reduced her stress, but also increased her productivity and satisfaction. Similarly, Tom, who often second-guessed his abilities at work, found himself stuck in a cycle of self-doubt. By taking action, even in small steps, he began to build confidence and competence, breaking free from the trap of overthinking. Taking action, even imperfectly, is often the best way to overcome the paralysis of analysis. It leads to learning, growth, and ultimately, a more fulfilling life. 7. Follow your passion and choose your career wisely. Pursuing a career that aligns with personal interests leads to greater satisfaction and efficiency. Consider David, who worked in a corporate job that he found unfulfilling. Realizing his passion for photography, he started taking classes and building a portfolio. Eventually, he transitioned into a career as a professional photographer, finding much greater fulfillment and success. Investing time in developing relevant skills is essential. Emily, who loved writing, dedicated herself to improving her craft through workshops and practice. Her efforts paid off when she became a published author, turning her passion into a rewarding career. By following one's passion and choosing a career wisely, individuals can experience greater job satisfaction, personal fulfillment, and professional success. 8. Your mind is your greatest ally and adversary. Mindset determines success. Cultivating a positive and growth-oriented inner dialogue is crucial. Take Jane, who often doubted her abilities. By practicing positive affirmations and focusing on her strengths, she began to see improvements in her performance and confidence. Her mindset shift transformed her from her own worst critic to her greatest supporter. Similarly, recognizing and addressing negative self-talk can lead to better outcomes. Mike, who frequently told himself he wasn't good enough, started challenging these thoughts and reframing them positively. This change in mindset led to increased self-esteem and success in his personal and professional life. Being self-aware and nurturing a supportive mindset can significantly enhance life outcomes and personal growth. 9. Accept what you cannot control. One of the core principles of Stoicism is understanding and accepting the difference between what you can control and what you cannot. For example, Susan faced a major health diagnosis that she couldn't change. Instead of dwelling on her lack of control over the illness, she focused on her response to it. She adopted a healthier lifestyle, followed her treatment plan diligently, and maintained a positive outlook. Trying to change things beyond your control leads to frustration and wasted effort. Instead, focus on your actions, thoughts, and responses. This acceptance brings peace and reduces unnecessary stress. By concentrating on what you can control, like your attitude and efforts, you can navigate life's challenges more effectively and maintain a sense of inner calm. 10. Practice. Gratitude. Cultivating gratitude can significantly enhance your perspective on life. By regularly acknowledging and appreciating what you have, you can shift your focus away from what you lack. For instance, Daniel started a daily gratitude journal, listing 3 things he was thankful for each day. This simple practice shifted his mindset from scarcity to abundance, improving his overall mental well-being. Gratitude fosters contentment and encourages a positive outlook on life. Emily, who often felt overwhelmed by her responsibilities, began expressing gratitude for the support of her family and friends. This shift helped her feel more supported and less stressed. Practicing gratitude can improve mental well-being, foster contentment, and encourage a positive outlook on life, making it a powerful tool for personal growth. 11. Embrace adversity as growth. Challenges and setbacks are inevitable, but they also present opportunities for growth and self-improvement. For example, after failing to secure a promotion, Kevin used the experience as motivation to improve his skills and performance. This adversity pushed him to become more competent and eventually led to a more significant career advancement. Embrace adversity as a chance to develop resilience, learn new skills, and become a stronger individual. Lisa, who faced financial difficulties, learned to budget effectively and find creative solutions to her problems. Each obstacle is a stepping stone toward becoming a more capable and wise person. By viewing challenges as opportunities for growth, one can develop the resilience and strength needed to navigate life's complexities. 12. Maintain a healthy body and mind. Physical health and mental well-being are closely linked. Regular exercise, a balanced diet, and sufficient sleep contribute to overall well-being. For instance, Mark, who struggled with stress, started jogging regularly and noticed significant improvements in his mood and energy levels. Additionally, practices such as meditation, mindfulness, and regular self-reflection can help maintain mental clarity and emotional stability. Sarah, who dealt with anxiety, found relief through daily meditation and mindfulness practices. Taking care of your body and mind is essential for leading a balanced and fulfilling life. By prioritizing health, individuals can enhance their quality of life and achieve a harmonious balance between physical and mental well-being. In conclusion, as we conclude this exploration of 12 foundational principles for a fulfilling and resilient life, it's essential to recognize that true transformation begins with small, consistent changes in mindset and behavior. These principles, rooted in ancient wisdom and supported by modern psychology, offer practical guidance for navigating life's complexities with grace and purpose. Remember that happiness is a personal choice that comes from within, independent of external circumstances. Embrace the temporary nature of all experiences, savoring the good moments and facing challenges with composure. Accepting life's inherent unfairness empowers you to take responsibility and find proactive solutions to your problems. Your risks reduce stress and enhance decision-making. Following your passion and choosing a career wisely can lead to greater satisfaction and success. Your mindset is your greatest ally and adversary, shaping your reality through your inner dialogue. By accepting what you cannot control and focusing on your actions and responses, you can cultivate inner peace and reduce unnecessary stress. Practicing gratitude shifts your perspective from scarcity to abundance, fostering a positive outlook on life. Embracing adversity as an opportunity for growth builds resilience and strength, while maintaining a healthy body and mind ensures overall well-being. By integrating these principles into your daily life, you can create a more balanced, fulfilling, and resilient existence. As you move forward, reflect on these principles and consider how you can apply them to your unique circumstances. Each small step you take towards embracing these ideas brings you closer to a life of wisdom, balance, and true contentment. The journey towards a wiser, more balanced and happier you begins with the choices you make today. Embrace these timeless principles and let them guide you towards a more fulfilling life. Have you ever wondered why some people consistently drain your energy, disrupt your peace, or let you down when you need them most? In the journey of life, the company you keep profoundly impacts your mental and emotional well-being. Drawing on the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, this guide will help you recognize and distance yourself from unreliable personalities that can sabotage your happiness and personal growth. Stoicism, an ancient philosophy, offers practical insights into cultivating resilience, maintaining inner peace, and building meaningful relationships. by understanding the traits of unreliable individuals, such as narcissists, gossipers, provocateurs, and others. You can make informed decisions about who to trust and who to keep at arm's length. Each type of personality we'll explore poses unique challenges, but by applying Stoic principles, you can navigate these relationships with wisdom and clarity. Number 1, narcissists. Narcissists are individuals who are excessively self-centered, prioritizing their own needs and desires above those of others. They often have an inflated sense of their own importance and a deep need for admiration. From a Stoic viewpoint, narcissists are unreliable because they lack empathy and consideration for others. Their self-absorption means they are often unable or unwilling to recognize or address the needs and feelings of those around them. This makes forming a genuine, supportive relationship with them difficult, if not impossible. Imagine you have a friend who always dominates conversations, steering every topic back to their achievements or problems. When you share a personal issue, they might offer a quick, superficial response before shifting the focus back to themselves. If you rely on them for emotional support, you're likely to be disappointed, as their concern rarely extends beyond their own interests. In a professional setting, a narcissistic colleague might take credit for your ideas, leaving you feeling undervalued and resentful. Their need for admiration can lead to unethical behavior, such as manipulating situations to ensure they are always in the spotlight, regardless of the impact on others. To protect your well-being, Stoicism advises maintaining a healthy distance from such individuals. Recognize their behavior for what it is and manage your expectations accordingly. Seek relationships where mutual respect and empathy are present, allowing for a more balanced and supportive connection. 2, gossipers. Gossipers spread secrets and information about others without discretion, creating an environment of distrust and instability. Stoicism values discretion and integrity, qualities that gossipers lack. This makes them unreliable companions who can cause harm through their loose talk. Consider a colleague who's always eager to share the latest office rumors. You might initially find their stories entertaining, but soon you realize that nothing you say to them remains private. If they share someone else's secrets with you, it's only a matter of time before your own confidences become public knowledge. This constant breach of trust can lead to a toxic environment where people are always wary of being the next subject of gossip. From a Stoic perspective, it's important to associate with individuals who uphold the values of trust and integrity. To protect your peace of mind, avoid sharing personal details with gossipers and seek out friends who respect confidentiality and promote positive, meaningful conversations. 3, provocateurs. Provocateurs consistently provoke irritation through subtle provocations, disrupting peace and harmony. Their behavior contradicts the Stoic principle of maintaining tranquility and equanimity. Imagine a friend who enjoys making snide remarks about your choices, whether it's the clothes you wear or the hobbies you enjoy. Their comments are often disguised as jokes, making it hard to address them directly. Over time, these provocations chip away at your self-esteem and create a constant state of tension. Stoicism teaches us to maintain inner calm and not be swayed by external irritations. Dealing with provocateurs requires setting clear boundaries and not letting their behavior disturb your peace. Surround yourself with people who support and uplift you, fostering an environment of mutual respect. 4, indecisive individuals. Indecisive individuals constantly waver in their decision-making, leading to unpredictability and instability. Stoicism values clear and rational decision-making, which indecisive people lack, making them unreliable. Picture a friend who can never decide on plans. One moment they agree to go out, the next they change their mind. leaving you in a state of limbo. Their inability to commit causes frustration and hinders your ability to make firm plans. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of making decisions based on reason and clarity. To avoid the chaos that indecisiveness brings, seek relationships with individuals who are decisive and consistent, ensuring a stable and reliable social circle. 5 two-faced people. Two-faced people appear friendly but spread rumors behind your back, betraying trust and loyalty. This behavior makes them unreliable and harmful. Imagine a co-worker who is always friendly to your face but constantly criticizes you to others. You might find out through a mutual friend or a slip of the tongue, leaving you feeling betrayed and hurt. Their duplicity creates a hostile environment where trust is undermined. Stoicism values honesty and integrity. To protect yourself, it's crucial to recognize and distance yourself from two-faced individuals. Build relationships with people who are genuine and trustworthy, fostering a supportive and honest network. 6 overly curious people. Overly curious people have an insatiable curiosity, often driven by envy, intruding on your privacy and disrupting your peace. Their behavior can lead to unnecessary stress and discomfort. Imagine a neighbor who always asks intrusive questions about your personal life. They might seem friendly, but their relentless curiosity makes you feel exposed and uncomfortable. Over time, you realize their interest is driven by envy, and their constant probing starts to feel invasive. Stoicism teaches contentment and minding one's own business. To maintain your peace, limit your interactions with overly curious individuals and set boundaries to protect your privacy. Surround yourself with people who respect your space and promote a sense of calm. 7 universal friends. Universal friends seek approval and popularity, often lacking genuine loyalty and commitment. Their need to please everyone makes them unreliable. Think of a friend who is friendly with everyone, but never truly there for anyone. They might be popular and well-liked, but when you need support, they are nowhere to be found. Their superficial relationships offer little in terms of genuine connection and support. Stoicism values deep, meaningful relationships over superficial connections. To ensure reliability in your social circle, cultivate friendships with individuals who are committed and loyal, providing a solid foundation for mutual support and understanding. 8 perpetual critics. Perpetual critics habitually criticize others, undermining self-esteem and fostering negativity. Their constant criticism suggests a lack of virtue and can be draining. Imagine a family member who always finds something to criticize them about you, whether it's your career choices or your lifestyle. Their relentless negativity wears you down as it makes you question your decisions. Stoicism encourages constructive feedback and personal growth, not constant criticism. To foster a positive and uplifting environment, distance yourself from perpetual critics and surround yourself with supportive individuals who encourage your growth and well-being. Constant problem makers. Constant problem makers are always embroiled in conflicts and dramas, often due to self-sabotage. Their behavior disrupts harmony and creates unnecessary stress. Imagine a friend who's always involved in some drama, whether it's a feud with a co-worker or a crisis in their personal life. Their problems inevitably spill over into your life, causing additional stress and tension. Stoicism teaches resilience and focusing on what can be controlled. To avoid unnecessary drama, seek relationships with individuals who promote peace and stability, allowing you to maintain a balanced and stress-free life. 10 fake listeners. Fake listeners pretend to listen but are not genuinely engaged in conversations. This lack of empathy and respect makes them unreliable. Consider a friend who nods along while you speak but never remembers anything you've said. Their inattentiveness makes you feel unimportant and unheard, undermining the foundation of your relationship. Stoicism values genuine connection and understanding. To foster meaningful relationships, engage with people who truly listen and show empathy, ensuring mutual respect and trust. 11. Manipulative individuals. Manipulative individuals use deceit and emotional manipulation to achieve their goals, undermining trust and stability in relationships. Their actions can lead to a toxic environment where genuine communication and mutual respect are eroded. Imagine a partner who manipulates situations to their advantage, making you feel guilty for things that are not your fault. Their constant manipulation creates a power imbalance and leaves you feeling trapped and powerless. Stoicism advises caution with such individuals to maintain personal integrity and peace. Recognize manipulative behavior and distance yourself from it, seeking relationships based on honesty and mutual respect. 12. Chronic complainers. Chronic complainers consistently focus on the negative and blame external circumstances for their issues. Their perpetual negativity can drain emotional energy and foster a pessimistic outlook. Imagine a colleague who always complains about work, the weather, and everything in between. Their negativity is infectious, making the work environment gloomy and demotivating. Stoicism teaches the value of resilience and focusing on what can be controlled. To maintain a positive outlook, distance yourself from chronic complainers and surround yourself with individuals who take responsibility for their actions and strive for positive change. In conclusion, in our journey through life, the people we surround ourselves with play a crucial role in shaping our experiences and emotions. Recognizing and distancing ourselves from unreliable personalities is not just an exercise in self-preservation. It's a step toward a more fulfilling and harmonious existence. By applying the wisdom of Stoicism, we can cultivate relationships that nurture our well-being and foster an environment of mutual respect and genuine support. Imagine a life where your interactions are filled with trust, understanding, and positivity. Picture yourself thriving in a community that encourages your growth and stands by you through thick and thin. This is not just an idealistic dream. It's an achievable reality when you consciously choose to distance yourself from those who drain your energy and disrupt your peace. As you move forward, carry with you the insights and lessons from Stoicism. Embrace the power of discernment in your relationships, cherishing those who uplift you and gently letting go of those who bring you down. In doing so, you honor your own worth and pave the way for deeper, more meaningful connections. Remember, the quality of your relationships directly impacts your happiness and overall life satisfaction. By making thoughtful choices about the company you keep, you create a sanctuary of stability and joy. A true reflection of your inner strength and resilience. Here's to building a life filled with trust, harmony, and unwavering support. One wise choice at a time.
Are you tired of waiting for motivation to strike before you take action? Imagine a life where you're always ready to act, no matter the obstacles. This is where the ancient wisdom of Stoicism comes in. I'll share with you 10 powerful Stoic-inspired strategies to help you force yourself to take purposeful action, even on the hardest days. Think about it. You know what you want. You have the goals, but every time you go to take that first step, something holds you back. It could be procrastination, self-doubt, or just the overwhelming feeling of, where do I even start? I'm going to break down actionable Stoic principles that tackle these exact struggles. Imagine overcoming procrastination, finding clarity of purpose, and actually turning challenges into opportunities for growth. These aren't just philosophies. They're practical techniques that have helped people lead more disciplined and focused lives for centuries. By the end of this video, you'll have 10 strategies you can apply daily to transform your habits, simplify your life, and finally take control of your actions. These are timeless insights designed to help you become a more intentional, resilient version of yourself. Ready to master the art of purposeful action? Let's dive into each of these Stoic principles, starting now. 1. Take small steps. Whenever I think about a big goal I want to accomplish, I admit I often feel overwhelmed. The vision of what I want can be so massive that it's hard to know where to start. I remind myself of the Stoic wisdom about taking small, steady steps toward any significant goal. Rather than focusing on the intimidating end point, I try to break things down into smaller, more manageable actions that I can work on daily. In my experience, these small steps are where the real momentum starts. Each step, no matter how small, is a little victory that gives me a sense of accomplishment and motivates me to keep going. There have been times when I've tried to do too much at once and felt burnt out or even defeated. But when I slow down and take things one step at a time, I can build up a consistent rhythm, making it much easier to stick with my goals over the long term. This approach doesn't just work for big dreams, but also for everyday tasks. If I feel overwhelmed by a project at work or something at home, I break it down and tackle each part one at a time. Doing this helps me feel more in control and makes even the toughest tasks feel achievable. With each small step, I remind myself that I'm moving forward, and that's all that really matters. In the end, progress is about persistence, not perfection. Taking things one small step at a time keeps me grounded, focused, and motivated to keep going. 2. Embrace memento mori to boost urgency. Reflecting on the concept of memento mori, remembering that life is finite, has changed how I approach my time and priorities. The reminder that life isn't endless isn't something morbid or negative. Instead, it's a way to focus on what truly matters. Whenever I'm tempted to procrastinate or spend too much time on things that don't align with my values, I pause and think about how I'd feel if this was my last day. How would I want to spend it? This perspective helps me cut through the noise and focus on actions that genuinely matter to me. It's a gentle nudge to stop waiting for the right moment and to start acting with purpose and urgency. If I have a goal I've been putting off, memento mori pushes me to start now rather than waiting for everything to feel perfect, which rarely happens anyway. Thinking this way also helps me appreciate the present. I know that my time is limited, so I'm motivated to make the most of each day. Instead of spending hours scrolling through social media or getting lost in trivial distractions, I'm more likely to reach out to loved ones, work on my passions, or do something that adds value to my life. Knowing that time is fleeting makes me more mindful and intentional, pushing me to take purposeful action rather than letting time slip by unnoticed. Embracing memento mori has brought more meaning to my life, encouraging me to live fully and act with clarity and commitment every day. 3. Cultivate gratitude for the opportunity to act. When daily tasks pile up or my to-do list feels endless, I sometimes catch myself feeling frustrated or overwhelmed. But instead of letting those feelings take over, I've learned to pause and find gratitude for the opportunity to act. Stoicism teaches that every task, even the small or tedious ones, is an opportunity to practice patience, resilience, and discipline. When I approach my responsibilities this way, they transform from chores to chances for growth. This mindset shift has changed how I feel about routine. Instead of dreading certain tasks, I see them as a way to build my character and strengthen my resolve. Whether it's working out, staying late to finish a project, or simply doing household chores, I remind myself that each action is part of a bigger picture. Every effort, no matter how small, contributes to my personal growth. Gratitude also makes these tasks feel lighter. When I remind myself that I have the ability and time to take action, it feels like a privilege rather than a burden. There are countless people who might long for the chance to pursue what I sometimes take for granted. So, instead of viewing my responsibilities as exhausting, I see them as gifts that allow me to grow and live fully. This perspective not only motivates me to take action, but also fills my day with a sense of purpose and appreciation, turning every task into a meaningful part of my journey. 4. Overcome procrastination. Procrastination has always been a tough habit for me to break. It's easy to choose comfort and avoid the hard work, but I've realized that procrastination isn't just about avoiding tasks. It's a barrier to my own growth. Stoicism encourages us to act in the present, knowing that time is one of our most precious resources. When I procrastinate, I'm letting go of something I'll never get back: time. What has helped me is reframing each task as a step towards the life I want. If I delay action, I'm actually choosing to delay my progress and hold myself back. I remind myself that every moment spent avoiding a task is time I could be investing in my own future. This awareness is like an internal nudge that keeps me focused on the bigger picture. Procrastination might offer short-term comfort, but in the long run, it just adds stress and regret. Breaking free from procrastination is also about accepting discomfort. Instead of seeing challenges as reasons to avoid something, I try to see them as opportunities to strengthen my resilience. Taking action isn't always easy, but I find that when I push through, I feel a sense of satisfaction and pride that's far more fulfilling than avoidance. The Stoic mindset has taught me that true freedom comes from discipline, not in avoiding hard work, but in embracing it. By focusing on the present and taking purposeful action, I'm breaking the cycle of procrastination and building a life of progress and fulfillment. 5. Discipline yourself. Self-discipline has been one of the most empowering tools in my life. When I think of discipline, I don't see it as a restrictive or limiting practice. Instead, it's my path to freedom. Stoicism teaches that when we control our actions and emotions, we gain the power to shape our lives rather than being pulled by fleeting whims or impulses. With self-discipline, I feel more aligned with my goals and values, as if I'm steering my own ship through life's currents. It's not always easy, of course. There are days when I just want to let go of all structure and indulge in comfort or distractions. But I've noticed that when I do this, I feel less fulfilled in the end. Discipline helps me stay on track with my goals, even when motivation fades. It's what keeps me committed to the things that truly matter to me, like health, learning, and personal growth. To make discipline a daily practice, I start small. I'll choose one action, like exercising, and commit to doing it consistently, even if only for a short time. Each small victory strengthens my self-control, creating a foundation for bigger challenges. When I follow through on my commitments, I feel a sense of accomplishment and self-respect that motivates me to keep going. Stoicism teaches that self-discipline isn't just a tool for productivity, it's a pathway to inner peace. By mastering myself, I gain the freedom to act with purpose and integrity in every area of my life. 6. Visualize potential outcomes. One powerful Stoic practice I've embraced is premeditatio malorum, imagining potential obstacles before they arise. This isn't about being pessimistic, rather it's a way to prepare myself mentally and emotionally for whatever challenges may come my way. When I visualize different scenarios, including setbacks, I feel more resilient and less likely to be thrown off course when things don't go as planned. For instance, if I'm working on an important project, I'll take a moment to think through possible challenges. Maybe there will be unexpected delays, or maybe I'll feel frustrated and want to give up. By acknowledging these possibilities up front, I can plan how I'll respond. I'm ready to handle obstacles with a calm, focused mind, rather than letting stress or anxiety take over. Visualizing potential outcomes also helps me appreciate the value of preparation. It encourages me to think ahead, stay organized, and build flexibility into my plans. I don't feel as reactive to situations because I've already mentally rehearsed how I'll handle them. This practice has given me a greater sense of control and confidence in my ability to adapt. Knowing that I'm prepared for whatever comes my way, I feel more motivated to take action and stay committed to my path. 7. Develop purpose through virtue. I've often asked myself, what's my purpose? For a long time, I thought purpose was something I had to find or achieve, but Stoicism has helped me see that purpose isn't necessarily a destination, it's a way of being. According to Stoic principles, our purpose is best developed through virtues like wisdom, courage, justice, and self-control. Rather than looking for an external mission, I focus on aligning my actions with these core values. This approach has brought a lot of clarity to my life. For example, if I'm faced with a tough decision, I ask myself if my choice reflects wisdom or courage. By prioritizing virtues over outcomes, I find a sense of inner fulfillment that's not tied to success or failure. Even if I don't achieve a specific goal, acting in alignment with my values leaves me with a sense of purpose and integrity. Finding purpose through virtue also makes it easier to stay motivated. Instead of being driven by short-term desires or external recognition, I'm fueled by a deeper commitment to living ethically. When I'm clear on my values, I feel more resilient in the face of challenges and setbacks. My actions are not just about achieving goals, they're about becoming the kind of person I aspire to be. This focus on virtue gives me a steady motivation to take action every day, knowing that each choice brings me closer to my ideal self. 8. Simplify your life. Living simply wasn't always easy for me. I used to think that more was better, more stuff, more commitments, more activity. But Stoicism taught me the value of simplicity, and now I see it as one of the greatest sources of peace and focus in my life. When I simplify my environment and my routines, I feel a mental clarity that makes it much easier to focus on what's truly important. One of the first things I did to simplify my life was to declutter my physical space. I got rid of items I didn't use or need, and that act alone felt like a weight lifted off my shoulders. Having fewer things to manage gives me more time and energy to focus on what matters, like my relationships, my work, and my health. Simplifying my life also means saying no to commitments that don't align with my values. This has freed me to invest more deeply in fewer, more meaningful pursuits. I've found that a simpler life is not about deprivation, it's about quality over quantity. By reducing distractions and focusing on essentials, I'm better able to make deliberate, meaningful choices. I'm no longer overwhelmed by endless options or obligations. Instead, my life feels more intentional, and my actions have more impact. Living simply has taught me that less really can be more, and I'm motivated each day to act with a clear sense of purpose and joy. 9. Transform challenges into opportunities. In the past, challenges used to feel like roadblocks. I'd get frustrated and feel defeated when things didn't go as planned. But Stoicism has taught me that challenges aren't obstacles, they're opportunities for growth. Instead of seeing setbacks as threats, I now view them as tests that strengthen my character. Each time I face a difficulty, I ask myself what I can learn from it, or how it might help me grow. One example that comes to mind is a recent work project that seemed overwhelming. There were constant changes, tight deadlines, and moments when I doubted my abilities. But instead of letting frustration consume me, I reminded myself that this was a chance to develop resilience and problem-solving skills. By focusing on what I could learn rather than on how hard it was, I ended up discovering new strengths within myself. This mindset shift has transformed how I respond to life's inevitable ups and downs. Rather than being discouraged, I'm motivated to see challenges as necessary parts of my journey. I no longer avoid difficulties or view them as failures. I welcome them as teachers. Embracing this Stoic principle has brought a new level of resilience into my life, making it easier to act with confidence and purpose no matter the situation. 10. Build good habits. I've learned that good habits are like the building blocks of a purposeful life. Stoicism emphasizes that we should cultivate habits that align with our values and help us grow. Habits like mindfulness, gratitude, and persistence aren't just actions, they're reflections of who I want to become. By practicing these habits daily, I'm steadily building a life that's in line with my values and long-term goals. Establishing good habits starts small. I try to pick one simple habit at a time, like setting aside a few minutes each morning to reflect on what I'm grateful for. This habit alone has made me more mindful and appreciative of what I have, setting a positive tone for the rest of my day. Over time, as I've layered more habits that align with my values, I feel a growing sense of peace and purpose. Stoic wisdom has taught me that excellence isn't achieved overnight. It's cultivated through consistent effort. Each small action, repeated daily, builds a foundation for the life I aspire to live. Rather than focusing on perfection, I focus on progress. This makes it easier to forgive myself when I slip up and get back on track. Building good habits has brought a sense of order and direction into my life, helping me take action with a clear and steady focus on my values. We've covered 10 powerful Stoic-inspired strategies to help you take action with purpose, no matter the challenges you face. From embracing self-discipline and transforming obstacles into growth opportunities to building habits that align with your values. These principles are tools you can use every day to live more intentionally and become a stronger, more resilient version of yourself. If you found these insights valuable, please take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more content that helps you grow and reach your potential. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Share your biggest takeaway or a Stoic principle you're planning to apply in the comments below. And don't forget to share this video with anyone who might benefit from these timeless lessons. Let's keep building a life of purpose, action, and wisdom together. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Here are 10 terrible signs you're being manipulated. Signs so subtle they might be controlling your life without you even noticing. Think about this. Has someone ever made you feel guilty for saying no, left you questioning your reality, or used affection as a tool to get their way? These aren't just annoying behaviors, they're calculated strategies to keep you under their control. But here's the twist. You don't have to stay trapped. The ancient Stoics faced manipulation in their own time, and their wisdom can help you recognize and resist it today. In this video, we'll break down these 10 toxic behaviors and show you how Stoic principles can arm you against them. Whether it's emotional coercion, gaslighting, or weaponized flattery, you'll learn how to reclaim your power and build a fortress of inner peace. Stick with me. You'll walk away stronger, smarter, and completely unshakable. 1. Emotional coercion. The silent manipulation. Have you ever felt an uncomfortable weight on your shoulders, like someone was making you responsible for their feelings or decisions? Emotional coercion works this way. It's subtle, yet it has a profound impact on your sense of freedom. A friend might say, "If you don't come to my party, I'll be so hurt." Or a partner might suggest, "You don't love me if you won't do this for me." These statements plant seeds of guilt, fear, or obligation, manipulating you into compliance. Stoicism offers a powerful antidote. It teaches that our emotions and reactions are entirely within our control. Epictetus reminds us, it's not events themselves that disturb people, but their judgments about them. In this case, the manipulator's words are not the problem. Our reaction to them is. Emotional coercion succeeds when we let others' feelings dictate our actions. But as Stoics, we aim to act according to reason and virtue, not emotional pressure. To relate this to my own life, I once had a colleague who was particularly skilled at emotional coercion. They often framed their requests with phrases like, "You're the only person I can rely on," or, "If you don't help me, I'll be in serious trouble." These statements made me feel obligated to prioritize their needs over my own. It wasn't until I started studying Stoic philosophy that I realized how much power I was handing over. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By applying this principle, I began pausing before reacting. When faced with guilt-laden pleas, I asked myself, am I responsible for their feelings? Is this aligned with my values? I learned to set firm but compassionate boundaries, responding with statements like, "I understand this is difficult for you, but I can't commit to that right now." The beauty of Stoicism lies in its practicality. It doesn't ask us to shut down our emotions, but to manage them wisely. Emotional coercion thrives on our inability to separate others' feelings from our own responsibilities. By staying grounded, assessing situations rationally, and acting in alignment with our principles, we can break free from this subtle yet destructive form of manipulation. In doing so, we regain control over our actions and emotions, preserving our inner peace. 2. Gaslighting, doubting your reality. Have you ever walked away from a conversation doubting what you know to be true? Gaslighting, a tactic often used by manipulators, is designed to distort your perception of reality. It's when someone denies facts, twists events, or accuses you of being overly sensitive to make you question your memory, judgment, or sanity. Statements like, That never happened or meager story, you're imagining things, are hallmarks of this manipulation technique. The Stoics teach us to anchor ourselves in reason and objective reality, protecting our inner clarity from external distortions. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "If someone can prove me wrong and show me my mistake, I will gladly change, for I seek the truth." Stoicism encourages us to focus on facts, not emotions, when evaluating situations. Gaslighting works when we lose confidence in our reasoning, but the Stoic approach empowers us to remain steadfast in our understanding of the truth. In my own experience, I once had a friend who would routinely dismiss valid concerns I raised by saying, "You're blowing things out of proportion." Over time, I started to question whether my feelings were valid. However, I began applying Stoic principles by keeping a journal to document events and conversations. This gave me an objective record to reference, helping me differentiate between my own perceptions and the manipulator's version of events. When faced with gaslighting, pause and reflect. Ask yourself, what evidence do I have for my perspective? Am I being led by reason or by someone else's narrative? If the situation allows, calmly challenge the manipulator with facts. "Actually, I remember this differently. Here's what I recall happening." However, the key is not to engage in emotional arguments. They thrive on confusion. Stoicism teaches us that while we cannot control others' actions, we can control our response. Grounding ourselves in truth and logic weakens the manipulator's grip. By trusting our rational mind, we safeguard our confidence and avoid falling prey to gaslighting. 3. Excessive flattery. Sweet words with bitter intentions. Have you ever been overwhelmed by compliments, only to realize later that they came with strings attached? Excessive flattery is a manipulator's tool to gain your trust and lower your defenses. They might say things like, "You're so amazing. No one else could do this as well as you." While it feels good in the moment, it's often a calculated attempt to exploit your desire for approval. Stoicism warns us against attaching our self-worth to others' opinions. Seneca advised, "A wise man is neither elevated by praise nor depressed by blame." Excessive flattery becomes manipulation when we rely on it to feel validated. A Stoic knows that true worth comes from living virtuously, not from the approval of others. I recall working with someone who constantly praised my work, telling me, "You're the best team player we have." I felt proud, but soon noticed a pattern. Every compliment was followed by a request, often for tasks that weren't my responsibility. Stoicism helped me step back and evaluate their motives. Were they genuinely appreciative, or was their praise a prelude to manipulation? To handle such situations, focus on staying humble and grounded. Acknowledge the compliment, but don't let it cloud your judgment. Instead of feeling obligated, calmly assess the request's merit. Say, "Thank you for the kind words, but let me consider if I can help with that." Flattery only works as manipulation when we let it. By cultivating inner confidence and focusing on virtue, we can appreciate genuine praise without being swayed by excessive or insincere compliments. A Stoic mind remains balanced, neither inflated by flattery nor diminished by criticism. 4. Isolation. Cutting you off from support. Manipulators often isolate you from your support system to gain more control over your decisions. They might subtly discourage you from spending time with friends or family, claiming that those relationships are not in your best interest. Over time, You find yourself distanced from the people who provide strength, perspective, and emotional stability. Stoic philosophy emphasizes the importance of meaningful relationships and community. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "We are made for cooperation, like feet, hands, eyelids, or the rows of the upper and lower teeth." This reminds us that human connections are essential, not obstacles to be removed. Recognizing attempts at isolation allows us to remain connected to the relationships that nourish and support us. In my life, I once dealt with someone who constantly questioned my closest friendships. They would say things like, "Are they really there for you?" or "I think they're jealous of our bond." Their subtle remarks made me doubt my friends and rely more on the manipulator for support. But when I applied Stoic principles, I started to see through their tactics. By evaluating relationships objectively, I realized the manipulator's claims didn't align with reality. To counter isolation, actively nurture your relationships and seek diverse perspectives. Stoicism teaches us to act in accordance with reason, and part of that involves valuing the people who truly care for us. Don't let anyone dictate whom you can or cannot trust without evidence. Stay grounded and maintain the connections that bring balance and joy to your life. 5. Playing the victim. Weaponizing helplessness. Manipulators often present themselves as victims to elicit sympathy and shift the burden of responsibility onto you. They might recount endless tales of mistreatment or unfairness, subtly implying that it's your duty to make things right for them. While compassion is a virtue, Stoicism warns us against allowing pity to cloud our judgment. Epictetus advised, "Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." Manipulators exploit your kindness, but it's essential to remember that their circumstances are outside your control. You cannot solve every problem they present, nor should you feel obligated to. I encountered someone who frequently lamented their misfortunes, from financial woes to strained relationships. Initially, I felt compelled to help, offering my time, energy, and resources. However, their problems persisted, and I began to notice a pattern. They weren't seeking solutions, just attention and compliance. Stoicism helped me step back and ask myself, am I truly helping, or am I enabling their behavior? The key to dealing with this manipulation is to approach it rationally. Offer support when appropriate, but set clear boundaries. Ask yourself whether your involvement aligns with your values, or if it simply feeds their dependency. By focusing on what you can control, your actions and intentions, you prevent their victimhood from dictating your choices. 6. Exploiting vulnerabilities, using your weaknesses against you. A manipulator will often identify and exploit your vulnerabilities, turning your fears, insecurities, or desires into leverage. They may subtly remind you of past failures or insecurities, using them to steer your decisions in their favor. Stoic wisdom teaches us to embrace self-awareness and strengthen our inner resilience. Seneca wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Recognizing and accepting your vulnerabilities is the first step to preventing their misuse. By owning your flaws, you take away the manipulator's power to use them against you. I once confided in someone about my fear of failure in a project. Later, when disagreements arose, they would say things like, "If you don't do this my way, you might regret it later." Their words tapped into my fear, making me doubt my instincts. But through Stoic practice, I learned to confront my insecurities directly. By reminding myself that failure is a natural part of life and a chance to grow, I stopped allowing them to control me through fear Strengthening your inner fortitude weakens the manipulator's influence. Accept your vulnerabilities, but don't let them define you. A Stoic faces weaknesses with courage and works to transform them into sources of strength. 7. Withholding information, controlling through secrecy. Manipulators often withhold crucial information to maintain control over you. They might selectively share details, leaving you feeling uncertain or dependent on them for clarity. By keeping you in the dark, they can shape narratives and steer your decisions in their favor. Stoicism emphasizes the pursuit of truth and clarity. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Let your understanding be clear and distinct, and your judgments unaffected by mere appearances." To counter this manipulation, a Stoic seeks facts and avoids making assumptions based on incomplete information. I've experienced situations where someone withheld key details in a professional setting, framing the situation in a way that suited their agenda. It wasn't until I asked specific questions and sought other perspectives that I realized I wasn't getting the full picture. The Stoic principle of rational inquiry helped me take a step back and recognize that clarity comes from actively seeking knowledge rather than passively accepting what's given. When you suspect someone is withholding information, remain calm and ask direct, respectful questions. Don't allow fear or frustration to cloud your judgment. Instead, approach the situation methodically, seeking the facts before drawing conclusions. Stoicism teaches us to remain grounded, ensuring that secrecy and uncertainty cannot easily manipulate us. 8. Love bombing and deprivation, emotional whiplash. Love bombing and deprivation are manipulation techniques that work in tandem. First, the manipulator showers you with affection and attention, creating a sense of dependency. Then they withdraw abruptly, leaving you craving the connection they once provided. This cycle keeps you off balance, questioning what you did wrong and striving to regain their approval. Stoic wisdom reminds us to find stability within ourselves, rather than seeking it from external sources. Epictetus taught, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." Manipulators use emotional highs and lows to keep you tethered, but a Stoic learns to detach from such extremes and seek balance within. I've faced this manipulation in a personal relationship where intense affection was followed by sudden coldness. Each time, I found myself trying harder to fix the dynamic. Once I embraced Stoicism, I realized their behavior was outside my control. By focusing on my own sense of worth and emotional balance, I broke free from the cycle. To resist this tactic, cultivate emotional independence. Appreciate love and kindness when it's genuine, but don't allow your happiness to hinge on someone else's behavior. A Stoic finds peace in their own actions and principles, not in the fluctuating attention of others. 9. Excessive control, dictating your choices. Manipulators often attempt to control your decisions, dictating how you should think, act, or even feel. They may frame their interference as care or concern, saying things like, "I just want what's best for you," while subtly steering you toward their desired outcomes. Stoicism champions personal agency and the ability to live in alignment with your values. Epictetus wrote, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Manipulators thrive when we surrender control, but the Stoic path is about reclaiming autonomy and making choices based on reason, not external pressure. I once had a mentor who frequently overstepped, insisting their advice was the only path to success. At first, I followed their guidance, but it began to feel stifling. Applying Stoic wisdom, I reflected on my own goals and principles. Were their suggestions truly aligned with what I valued, or was I letting them dictate my life? By setting boundaries and making decisions rooted in my convictions, I regained control. To counter excessive control, calmly assert your independence. Thank the person for their input, but remind them and yourself that the ultimate decision is yours. A Stoic lives authentically, guided by inner principles rather than external dictates. 10. Blaming and shaming. Deflecting responsibility. Manipulators often use blame and shame as tools to deflect responsibility onto you. They may accuse you of being selfish, ungrateful, or incompetent, making you feel as though you're at fault for their shortcomings or failures. Stoicism teaches us to accept responsibility for our own actions while rejecting unjust criticism. Marcus Aurelius advised, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." When manipulators try to shame us, we can choose not to internalize their words. I've dealt with someone who frequently blamed me for their mistakes, saying things like, "This wouldn't have happened if you had supported me better." For a time I believed them, but Stoic reflection helped me see that their failures weren't my burden to bear. I learned to separate valid feedback from baseless accusations, focusing on what I could control, my own actions and responses. When confronted with blame or shame, pause and reflect. Ask yourself whether the criticism is justified. If it is, take accountability and grow from it. If it isn't, let it pass without allowing it to disturb your peace. A Stoic knows that their worth is not determined by others' judgments, but by living virtuously and staying true to their principles. Manipulation thrives in the shadows, but with the clarity and resilience that Stoic wisdom provides, you now have the tools to recognize and resist it. By identifying these 10 signs and staying anchored in your values, you can protect your peace and reclaim your personal freedom. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like it. It really supports the channel. Subscribe for more Stoic insights and practical advice to empower your daily life, and I'd love to hear from you. Which of these signs resonated with you the most? Or do you have your own experiences or takeaways to share? Drop them in the comments below. I read and value every single one. Together, let's build a community grounded in wisdom, strength, and mutual support. See you in the next video. Most people avoid directly telling you they dislike you, instead hiding behind polite gestures and surface-level friendliness. They might appear supportive, but subtle actions often reveal the truth. Recognizing these signs early allows you to protect your energy and prioritize relationships that genuinely bring value to your life. Here are 10 signs that someone may be harboring hidden resentment toward you, with personal examples for relatability. First sign: they disappear when you need support. You know the saying, "A friend in need is a friend indeed." Well, some people seem to disappear the moment you actually need them. I remember a time when I was going through a really tough breakup. I reached out to a friend I thought would be there, but every call went to voicemail. Every text got a short "busy right now" response. Meanwhile, I'd see them active on social media, posting about weekend adventures. It hit hard because I had been there for this friend through their dark times, and seeing that they couldn't do the same made me realize something. Real friends don't vanish when the going gets tough. If someone only sticks around for the good times, it's a sign they might not genuinely care about you. You deserve people who show up when it matters most, even if it's just a call to check in. Second sign, subtle exclusion from plans. Have you ever scrolled through your social media feed only to find out your friends had a blast without you? I remember checking Instagram one Saturday night and seeing pictures of my friend group at this amazing concert I would have loved to go to, only no one had told me about it. When I brought it up casually later, they all acted surprised, saying, "Oh, we thought you were busy," or "It was so last minute." It stung because, deep down, I knew that if they'd really wanted me there, they would have asked. Real friends make sure you know about plans. When people repeatedly leave you out, it's often a subtle, passive way of saying they don't value your presence. And that's a hard pill to swallow, but accepting it can help you redirect your energy to people who genuinely want you around. Third sign, their jokes are always at your expense. Light-hearted teasing is one thing, but when someone's jokes consistently poke fun at your insecurities or flaws, it's a red flag. I used to laugh along with a friend who'd constantly make jokes about my quirky work habits or the way I'd dress, thinking it was harmless. But over time, those jokes started chipping away at my confidence. I'd second-guess what I wore or feel self-conscious about speaking up at work. If someone's jokes leave you feeling small or hurt, it's often a way of masking deeper resentment or disrespect. A real friend doesn't need to mock your quirks to have a laugh. They support you as you are. Learning to say, "That's not funny to me," and setting boundaries with so-called jokes can make a huge difference in how you see yourself and how others treat you. Fourth sign, they avoid physical contact. Have you ever gone to give someone a high five, a hug, or even just a casual touch on the shoulder, only for them to pull away like you're contagious? I had a colleague who was warm and friendly with everyone else, but every time I'd offer a simple handshake or friendly pat, they'd awkwardly sidestep it. At first I thought maybe they just weren't a touchy person, but seeing them be tactile with everyone else was a bit of an eye-opener. Physical contact is a basic human connection, so when someone goes out of their way to avoid it with you, they're communicating a level of discomfort or distance. It might be hard to admit, but paying attention to these subtle cues can save you from investing in relationships where the other person isn't fully on board. Tranquil. Fifth sign, they give backhanded compliments. Have you ever received a compliment that didn't feel good at all? Once, after pouring my heart into a work project, a colleague looked at me and said, "Wow, that turned out surprisingly well for you." It was one of those compliments that left me feeling confused and a little bruised. It took me a while to realize that they weren't genuinely happy for me. They were subtly putting me down. These backhanded compliments are often hidden attempts to keep you questioning your abilities. If a friend's compliments leave you feeling small, it's time to call it out, or, at the very least, recognize that their words have more to do with their insecurities than your worth. Sixth sign, they avoid making eye contact. Eye contact is one of the most basic yet powerful ways we connect with each other. I had a friend who, after a small disagreement, started looking everywhere but at me during conversations. They'd glance at their phone, look at the wall, anywhere but my eyes. It made everything feel awkward and distant. When someone consistently avoids eye contact, it's often because they're uncomfortable or hiding something. I learned that rather than ignoring these signs, it's best to address them. If you're sensing that someone feels uneasy around you, bring it up gently. It might clear the air or help you realize they're not worth the emotional energy. Seventh sign, they're busy, only when it comes to you. Have you ever had a friend who's always busy when you try to make plans, but somehow has time for everyone else? I tried reconnecting with an old friend, only to be met with excuse after excuse. Meanwhile, I'd see them hanging out with mutual friends. It's hard to admit, but the truth is, if someone really wants to spend time with you, they'll find a way. I learned that it wasn't about their schedule. It was about their priorities. Real friends don't keep you on the back burner. They make time for you because they want you in their life. So if someone is constantly busy just with you, it may be time to stop chasing after them. Eighth sign, they gossip about you behind your back. Gossip can be incredibly painful, especially when it comes from someone you trusted. I once confided in a friend about a personal issue, only to hear a distorted version of my story come back to me from mutual friends. When I confronted them, they acted like it was no big deal. But gossip is never harmless. It's a betrayal that erodes trust. True friends respect your privacy and protect your reputation. I learned that if someone is eager to share your personal matters with others, they're showing you they're not worthy of your trust. Surround yourself with people who honor the trust you place in them. Ninth sign, they regularly undermine your opinions. When someone constantly shoots down your ideas or always corrects your opinions, they're subtly showing they don't value your perspective. I remember sharing my opinion in a group setting, only for one person to jump in with, well, actually, every time. It wasn't that they disagreed, it was that they seemed determined to undermine me. It felt like they enjoyed making me second-guess myself. Real friends don't need to assert dominance over you. They respect your opinions even when they differ. When you notice this pattern, remind yourself that your voice matters and don't let someone else diminish it. 10th sign. They're polite but distant. Have you ever met someone who's always polite but never genuinely warm? I once worked with someone who was nice on the surface, but the conversations never went deeper than, "Hey, how's it going?" They'd never ask about my interests, my life, or anything personal, and after a while, it felt like I was talking to a wall. Sometimes politeness can be a mask, a way for someone to keep you at a comfortable distance without building any real connection. When someone feels polite but distant, they're showing they're not interested in forming a meaningful bond. It's okay to let go and focus on people who genuinely want to know you beyond the surface. Recognizing these signs isn't always easy, especially when you want to see the best in people, but taking a step back and observing how others treat you allows you to invest your energy in relationships that are authentic and fulfilling. Stoicism teaches us that self-respect and emotional peace are worth more than maintaining connections with those who don't value us. By paying attention to these signs, you can create space for people who genuinely support, celebrate, and uplift you, enriching your life in ways that truly matter. Today, we are setting out to understand anger, a force that often disrupts our peace and clarity. Anger is not an enemy to be feared, but a natural response that can either consume us or be transformed into something constructive. Stoicism teaches us that our emotions, while natural, need not dictate our actions or cloud our judgment. Instead, we can learn to approach anger with wisdom, using it to uncover deeper truths about ourselves. In this session, we'll explore how to meet anger with patience, understanding, and, ultimately, self-mastery. We'll look at practical ways to transform anger into clarity and frustration into insight, allowing us to engage with life's challenges from a place of inner calm and resilience. The Stoics believed that freedom comes from within, and that a truly powerful individual is one who masters themselves, not others. As we go through these principles, I invite you to reflect on how each can guide you toward a more peaceful, fulfilling life. 1. See anger as a signal, not a solution. I've learned that anger often points us towards something deeper, like an unmet need, a boundary crossed, or even a fear lurking beneath the surface. For example, if I'm frustrated with a friend who's consistently late, my anger isn't necessarily about the wait. It's often about feeling disrespected or undervalued. Recognizing this underlying reason helps me to separate the situation from my reaction. Instead of seeing anger as a call to react immediately, I can view it as a reminder to address my needs in a constructive way. This perspective shift takes practice. When I feel anger rise, I pause and ask myself, what is this really about? This simple question can transform anger from a force that clouds judgment into a tool for self-discovery. It encourages me to dig deeper and confront the root issue. Maybe I need to set clearer boundaries, communicate better, or work on my own insecurities. Viewing anger as a signal rather than a solution also makes interactions more productive. Instead of letting anger take control, I take responsibility for understanding and addressing my own needs. This practice has helped me maintain stronger, healthier relationships because I'm not constantly reacting to surface-level frustrations. Instead, I'm tackling the underlying issues, which leads to growth for everyone involved. It's about using anger as a catalyst for change, not as fuel for conflict. 2. Treat patience as a muscle to strengthen. I used to think patience was something you either had or didn't. But Stoic philosophy taught me that patience is a skill, like a muscle you can train and strengthen over time. Imagine waiting in a long line or dealing with traffic. Two situations that used to make me tense up. Instead of getting frustrated, I now see these as little patience workouts. Each time I choose to stay calm, it's like doing a mental rep that builds my patience for bigger challenges. To practice, I start by focusing on my breathing when frustration builds. I'll count each inhale and exhale, letting my mind settle. I might also use the moment to think of something I'm grateful for. For example, if I'm stuck in traffic, I remind myself how lucky I am to have a reliable car or to be heading home to loved ones. It sounds simple, but this shift in focus helps me turn what would have been a stressful moment into a peaceful one. Over time, these small exercises add up, and I've noticed I'm much more patient in situations that used to frustrate me. Whether it's handling delays or managing people who test my limits, patience has become a skill I can lean on. Treating patience as something I can improve has been a game changer, and it's helped me approach life with more ease and resilience. 3. Recognize what's within your control. One of the most transformative Stoic principles is the idea of control. There's so much in life we have zero power over, from other people's behavior to unexpected events. This used to frustrate me endlessly because I felt like things were happening to me. But Stoicism teaches us to focus only on what we can control: our actions, our responses, and our mindset. For instance, if someone acts rudely, it's tempting to take it personally and react in kind. But recognizing that I can't control their behavior, only my response, gives me a new sense of freedom. Instead of feeling like a victim to their actions, I focus on how I choose to react. This shift has been incredibly empowering. I no longer waste energy trying to change things that are beyond my control. Instead, I invest that energy into areas where I can make a real difference, like my own thoughts and behaviors. I also apply this to broader life situations. If a project at work doesn't go as planned, or a trip gets cancelled, I remind myself that while I can't change these outcomes, I can control how I react. Maybe I use that extra time to pursue a hobby or spend time with family. This mindset shift has made my life much more peaceful because I'm no longer fighting against the inevitable. Instead, I'm focusing on what's within my reach. 4. Use mindfulness to catch yourself early. Mindfulness has been a game changer for me when it comes to managing anger. It's easy to get caught up in the heat of the moment, especially when something triggers us unexpectedly. But practicing mindfulness, staying aware of my thoughts and feelings in real time, has helped me catch anger early before it spirals out of control. When I feel that initial surge of frustration, I take a deep breath and focus on the sensation of breathing. This simple act brings me back to the present and creates a little mental pause. In that space, I can decide whether the situation really warrants a big reaction or if it's something I can let go of. Often I find that this quick pause is enough to see things more clearly. For example, if I get a frustrating email, I no longer fire off a response right away. I breathe, let the initial reaction settle, and come back to it when I'm calm. This practice of mindfulness has saved me from saying or doing things I'd regret. Over time, I've become better at recognizing anger as it arises, allowing me to control it rather than let it control me. Mindfulness isn't a cure-all, but it's a powerful tool. It gives me the space to choose my response consciously, rather than being driven by emotion. The more I practice, the more natural it becomes, helping me stay grounded in the moments that matter most. 5. Turn anger into curiosity. I used to see anger as something to suppress or avoid, but Stoicism introduced me to a different approach, turning anger into curiosity. Instead of reacting right away, I now try to ask myself, why does this bother me? This question shifts my focus from the external trigger to my internal response, helping me understand the deeper reasons behind my anger. For instance, if a friend makes a hurtful comment, my immediate reaction might be to feel defensive. But instead of snapping back, I pause and ask, what's really going on here? Sometimes I realize the comment triggered an insecurity of mine, or maybe I'm just tired and more sensitive. This insight doesn't excuse rude behavior, but it helps me respond thoughtfully instead of react impulsively. Curiosity also allows me to see the other person's perspective. Maybe they're dealing with their own issues or didn't mean to come across the way they did. By approaching anger with curiosity, I turn potentially tense moments into opportunities for growth and understanding. This approach has not only helped me manage my anger, but has also deepened my empathy and improved my relationships. 6. Practice empathy toward others' flaws. It's easy to get frustrated with others when they mess up or don't meet our expectations. But Stoicism reminds me to see these moments as opportunities to practice empathy. For instance, if someone makes a mistake at work or acts rudely, I try to consider what they might be going through. Maybe they're stressed, dealing with personal issues, or simply had a rough day. Instead of reacting with anger, I remind myself that they're human too, just like me. This shift from judgment to empathy has helped me stay calm and respond with compassion rather than frustration. It doesn't mean excusing poor behavior, it just means choosing understanding over anger. This mindset has not only made me more patient, but also improved my relationships, as people feel more comfortable around someone who sees their flaws with kindness. 7. Forgive to find freedom. Forgiveness used to feel like letting someone off the hook, but Stoicism has taught me that forgiveness is really about freeing myself. When I hold on to anger, I'm carrying that burden around with me, replaying events that only weigh me down. But when I choose to forgive, I'm not saying the hurtful behavior was okay. I'm simply releasing its hold over my peace of mind. One way I practice forgiveness is by reminding myself, I release this because it no longer serves me. Saying this out loud or in my mind gives me a sense of closure. Over time, I've noticed that forgiveness isn't about the other person at all. It's about choosing peace for myself. And when I let go of anger, I make space for more positive emotions, like compassion and joy. 8. Embrace the impermanence of feelings. One powerful Stoic insight is the recognition that everything, our anger, happiness, even challenges, is temporary. This concept has helped me immensely, especially during tough times. When I feel overwhelmed by anger, I remind myself, this, too, shall pass. Knowing that emotions are fleeting helps me ride out the storm without making impulsive decisions I might later regret. It's like watching waves crash on the shore. They come and go, but they don't stay. Realizing that anger is just a passing wave gives me the patience to let it flow without getting swept away. This practice helps me avoid saying or doing things I'll regret, all because I know the feeling is temporary. 9. Stop expecting others to understand. Sometimes my frustration stems from expecting others to get me, to understand my point of view. But not everyone will, and that's okay. When I let go of the need for others to fully understand or validate my feelings, I feel lighter and more at peace. I remind myself that my inner peace isn't dependent on others' opinions or approval. This doesn't mean I stop expressing myself, but I'm no longer waiting for a specific reaction. By releasing the expectation that others should see things my way, I feel less frustration and more acceptance, creating space for calm and mutual respect in my interactions. 10. Reflect on past anger to build future resilience. Reflecting on past moments when I let anger take over has been invaluable. I'll look back and ask myself, what could I have done differently? Did my reaction help or hurt the situation? This isn't about self-blame. It's about learning and growing so I can handle similar situations better in the future. Each reflection builds my resilience, helping me recognize patterns and improve my responses over time. By understanding how I handled past situations, I prepare myself to respond more calmly and constructively when anger inevitably comes up again. This process has helped me develop greater emotional strength and wisdom over time. Thank you for joining me on this journey to understand anger through a Stoic lens. Remember, Stoicism isn't about suppressing emotions, but about mastering our responses to them. Anger, like any emotion, is fleeting and doesn't have to define us. When we choose patience over impulse, we gain true freedom, the power to shape our own actions and find peace within, regardless of external circumstances. If these Stoic principles resonate with you and you're eager to cultivate more resilience and calm in your life, please give this video a like and consider subscribing to the channel. Together, we can continue exploring insights that bring us closer to inner strength and wisdom. And if you have your own thoughts or stories on managing anger, drop them in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. Let's keep building a community centered on growth and wisdom.
Have you ever found yourself drained after a conversation, wondering how to shield yourself from the negativity that seems to cling to you? In a world where toxic interactions can sap our energy and dampen our spirits, the ability to rise above these challenges is crucial. Imagine if you could navigate these turbulent waters with grace and resilience, transforming every negative encounter into an opportunity for growth. This journey begins with understanding and mastering the principles that fortify our mental and emotional well-being. Join us as we explore powerful strategies, from self-care practices to emotional stability, that empower us to not just survive, but thrive amidst life's adversities. Self-care practices. Engaging in self-care activities such as exercise, hobbies, and spending time with loved ones replenishes our energy and resilience, making it easier to cope with toxic interactions. Prioritizing self-care enables us to maintain our well-being amidst challenging circumstances. One notable example of the importance of self-care comes from former First Lady Michelle Obama. Throughout her time in the White House, Michelle Obama faced immense pressures and public scrutiny. Despite the challenges, she consistently emphasized the importance of self-care. She regularly engaged in exercise, notably her early morning workouts, and promoted healthy eating through her Let's Move campaign. Michelle also prioritized spending quality time with her family, which she described as her source of strength and stability. By focusing on self-care, Michelle Obama not only maintained her own well-being, but also set a powerful example for others. Her approach highlighted that even in the most demanding roles, taking time for oneself is essential for long-term resilience and effectiveness. This dedication to self-care allowed her to navigate the complexities of public life with grace and resilience, demonstrating that nurturing one's physical and emotional health is crucial in facing and overcoming toxic interactions. Incorporating self-care into our daily routines, much like Michelle Obama, helps build the resilience needed to handle life's challenges, whether it's through exercise, hobbies, or spending time with loved ones. These practices renew our energy and strengthen our ability to cope with difficult situations, ultimately leading to a more balanced and fulfilling life. Empathy and understanding. Practicing empathy allows us to understand the perspectives and emotions of others, even toxic individuals. By empathizing with their struggles, we can respond with compassion rather than reacting defensively, which can sometimes diffuse tense situations. A well-known example of empathy in action is the approach taken by Nelson Mandela during his presidency in South Africa. After spending 27 years in prison under the apartheid regime, Mandela emerged with a spirit of forgiveness and understanding. Instead of seeking retribution, he chose to empathize with his former oppressors, understanding their fears and concerns. Mandela's empathy facilitated peaceful negotiations and the establishment of a multiracial democracy. His ability to see the humanity in others, even those who had wronged him, exemplifies how empathy can transform hostile interactions into opportunities for reconciliation and healing. Seeking support. Accepting help from friends, family, or professionals strengthens resilience and fosters growth. Different perspectives offer valuable insights and solutions to overcome challenges. One prominent example is Oprah Winfrey, who has openly discussed her difficult childhood and the support she received from mentors and friends throughout her life. Oprah's willingness to seek and accept support allowed her to navigate numerous personal and professional challenges. Her story underscores the importance of a support network in building resilience and achieving success. Oprah's journey from a troubled youth to a media mogul highlights how seeking support can provide the necessary strength to overcome adversity. Solution-oriented approach. Focusing on practical solutions rather than dwelling on problems promotes resilience and creativity. Adaptability and cooperation are vital in finding effective solutions. Elon Musk exemplifies a solution-oriented approach through his work with SpaceX. Faced with numerous technical and financial challenges, Musk and his team focused on finding innovative solutions rather than getting bogged down by the problems. This mindset led to the successful development of reusable rockets, significantly reducing the cost of space travel. Musk's ability to stay solution-focused has driven advancements in technology and space exploration, demonstrating the power of a practical, forward-thinking approach. Detection of false cordiality. Recognizing signs like body language, tone of voice, consistency of behavior, and trusting intuition can protect against manipulations and foster authentic connections. Princess Diana was adept at detecting false cordiality within the British royal circles and the media. Despite the outward appearances of friendliness, Diana often faced manipulation and deceit. Her intuition and ability to read nonverbal cues helped her navigate these challenges, allowing her to form genuine connections with those who truly supported her. Diana's experiences highlight the importance of being attuned to subtle signals and trusting one's instincts to avoid manipulation. Cognitive restructuring. Cognitive restructuring involves challenging and reframing negative thoughts and beliefs that contribute to stress and anxiety. By identifying and replacing irrational or distorted thinking patterns, we can develop a more positive and resilient mindset, reducing the impact of toxic people on our mental health. Cognitive restructuring played a significant role in the recovery of J.K. Rowling, the author of the Harry Potter series, from her struggles with depression. By challenging her negative thoughts and focusing on her writing, she transformed her mindset and overcame her mental health challenges. Rowling's journey from a single mother on welfare to a best-selling author demonstrates how altering our thought patterns can lead to remarkable personal and professional achievements. Focus on goals. Emotional intelligence helps maintain focus on objectives despite challenges or distractions. Self-awareness and empathy enable navigating through obstacles while keeping goals in sight. Steve Jobs, the co-founder of Apple, is a prime example of someone who maintained focus on his goals despite numerous setbacks. Jobs' emotional intelligence allowed him to understand and motivate his team, while keeping his vision for Apple clear. His resilience and unwavering focus on innovation led to the creation of groundbreaking products like the iPhone and the iPad, solidifying Apple's position as a leader in technology. Control of negative self-talk. Transforming internal criticism into positive self-image requires reframing thoughts, practicing mindfulness, expressing gratitude, and offering self-compassion. Serena Williams, one of the greatest tennis players of all time, has spoken openly about the importance of positive self-talk in her career. Williams uses affirmations and mindfulness practices to manage her thoughts and maintain a positive self-image, which has been crucial to her success on and off the court. Her ability to control negative self-talk and cultivate a strong, positive mindset has been a key factor in her enduring athletic dominance. Avoiding unnecessary arguments, concentrating on similarities, knowing when to withdraw, and replacing statements with questions help diffuse tensions and maintain peaceful interactions. The diplomatic skills of former President Jimmy Carter are a testament to the effectiveness of avoiding unnecessary arguments. Carter's approach to international diplomacy often involved finding common ground and knowing when to step back to avoid escalating conflicts. His efforts in brokering peace deals, such as the Camp David Accords between Egypt and Israel, illustrate how focusing on similarities and strategic withdrawal can lead to peaceful resolutions. Energy intelligence. Managing personal energy influences not only oneself, but also others. Practices like meditation and mindful eating positively impact mental and physical well-being. Ariana Huffington, founder of the Huffington Post, advocates for energy intelligence through practices like sufficient sleep, meditation, and mindful eating. After experiencing a collapse due to exhaustion, Huffington transformed her approach to work and well-being, emphasizing the importance of managing personal energy. Her advocacy has inspired many to prioritize their health and well-being to achieve greater productivity and fulfillment. Setting boundaries. Boundaries protect personal space and foster healthier relationships. Communicating openly about boundaries promotes mutual respect and understanding. Brené Brown, a research professor and author, is a strong proponent of setting boundaries. Brown emphasizes that setting clear boundaries is essential for cultivating empathy, compassion, and healthy relationships. Her research and personal experiences underscore the importance of communicating our limits and expectations to ensure mutual respect and understanding in all interactions. Assertive communication. Assertiveness involves expressing our needs, opinions, and boundaries clearly and respectfully. By practicing assertive communication, we can address toxic behavior directly and assert our boundaries without escalating conflicts. Malala Yousafzai, the youngest Nobel Prize laureate, exemplifies assertive communication. Despite facing life-threatening danger from the Taliban, Malala continued to advocate for girls' education in Pakistan with clarity and conviction. Her assertive communication has brought global attention to the importance of education and the rights of women, demonstrating the power of clear, respectful expression in effecting change. Forgiveness and memory. Forgiveness is about carving beauty from pain, while memory guides us to learn from past experiences without dwelling on them. Resilience grows from understanding and appreciating both. Desmond Tutu, a key figure in South Africa's anti-apartheid movement, is renowned for his emphasis on forgiveness and reconciliation. As chairman of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Tutu advocated for forgiveness as a means to heal the nation. His belief in the power of forgiveness, coupled with a commitment to remembering past injustices to prevent their recurrence, exemplifies how forgiveness and memory can work together to foster resilience and growth. Emotional stability. Maintaining calmness and balance amidst toxic people requires mindfulness and stress management. Cultivating awareness of emotions helps develop mental resilience. The practices of the Dalai Lama provide an excellent example of maintaining emotional stability. Despite being in exile and facing political challenges, the Dalai Lama consistently practices mindfulness and stress management techniques. His ability to maintain emotional balance through meditation and a deep understanding of his emotions has allowed him to lead with compassion and resilience, serving as an inspiration to many around the world. As we navigate the complexities of our interactions and the challenges they bring, it's clear that resilience and emotional intelligence are our greatest allies. By engaging in self-care, practicing empathy, seeking support, and maintaining focus on our goals, we can build a robust foundation to withstand toxic influences. Embracing cognitive restructuring, managing our energy, and setting clear boundaries enable us to handle adversity with grace. Through assertive communication, forgiveness, and emotional stability, we transform potential conflicts into opportunities for growth and connection. Remember, the power to thrive amidst life's challenges lies within us. By cultivating these practices, we not only protect our well-being, but also inspire those around us to do the same. Together, we can foster a more compassionate, understanding, and resilient world. Never beg for love and have everything naturally with Stoic wisdom. Have you ever felt like you're chasing love, only to end up feeling lost and unfulfilled? Imagine if, instead of seeking validation from others, you became the star of your own emotional solar system, effortlessly attracting genuine connections. Not begging for affection transforms you into a beacon of confidence and self-assurance, naturally drawing admirers into your orbit. In this video, we will delve into the mysteries of love through the lens of Stoicism, a philosophy that teaches us to cultivate inner strength and resilience. By embracing Stoic principles, you can transform your quest for meaningful connections into a graceful dance of trust, self-esteem, and self-awareness. We'll explore how each choice we make shapes our path, and how, just like stars, we too can evolve towards our brightest selves, attracting and maintaining authentic relationships. Stay with us as we unravel these insights, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and watch till the end for all the valuable content. Number 1. The nature of genuine love. Genuine love is a commitment, a conscious choice to nurture and grow with another person. It is not something that simply blossoms out of nowhere. Rather, it is more like a garden that you need to cultivate carefully. This garden requires constant work, unwavering dedication, patience, time, and above all, trust. True love demands that you be your authentic self, embracing your strengths and acknowledging your flaws. It is about understanding and appreciating the character and value of the other person, admiring not just who they are today, but also who they are becoming. This form of love aligns perfectly with Stoic principles, where self-awareness and inner strength play pivotal roles. Imagine a garden where each plant represents a facet of your relationship. Some plants require daily watering and sunlight, while others thrive with minimal intervention. Similarly, love needs consistent effort, honest communication, and shared experiences to grow. Neglecting any part of this garden results in withering, just as neglect in a relationship leads to disconnection and dissatisfaction. The work is continuous, but the rewards are immense. A thriving, beautiful garden that stands as a testament to your dedication. True love also involves embracing imperfections. We are all flawed beings, and genuine love sees beyond these flaws, focusing instead on growth and potential. This perspective echoes Stoic teachings on self-improvement and resilience. By acknowledging our imperfections and striving to improve, we foster a relationship environment that encourages mutual growth and understanding. In this journey, patience is your ally, and honesty is your guide. Patience allows you to weather the storms of misunderstanding and conflict, while honesty ensures that your relationship remains grounded in reality. As you invest in your personal growth, you simultaneously nurture the relationship, allowing it to flourish naturally. This mutual development leads to a deeper connection, fostering a bond that withstands the test of time and adversity. Genuine love, much like a well-tended garden, requires effort, but offers profound beauty and fulfillment in return. In this steadfast commitment lies the essence of true love, unwavering, nurturing, and ever-growing. Number 2, understanding love through Stoicism. Stoicism, though not specifically focused on romantic relationships, offers profound insights that can guide us in our quest for meaningful connections. By using Stoic principles, we learn to approach relationships with logic rather than sentimentality. This perspective helps us recognize and interpret patterns shaping our choice of a life partner, making us better prepared to achieve our life goals. Love, from a Stoic viewpoint, is not a spontaneous or purely emotional phenomenon. Instead, it is a conscious decision to build a life with someone who harmonizes with us at a fundamental level. To apply this wisdom, we must demystify the concept of love at first sight, a romanticized idea often linked to physical attraction and elusive chemistry. True love, as Stoics understand, is cultivated with care and intention. Much like a well-tended garden, it is grounded in reality, not fantasy. This grounded approach allows us to see our partners clearly, appreciating their strengths and understanding their flaws, while fostering a connection based on mutual respect and shared values. This realistic perspective helps in forming relationships that are both resilient and fulfilling. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control and accept what we cannot. In relationships, this means recognizing that while we cannot control our partner's actions or feelings, we can control our responses and efforts. This focus on personal responsibility encourages a balanced, equitable partnership where both individuals contribute to the relationship's success. By acknowledging the impermanence of emotions and the importance of rational decision-making, Stoics provide a framework for building lasting, meaningful connections. By embracing Stoic principles, we cultivate a relationship environment where both partners feel valued and respected. This approach leads to deeper, more fulfilling connections that enhance our personal growth and happiness. Love, seen through the lens of Stoicism, becomes a deliberate and enriching part of our lives, helping us achieve harmony and purpose in our most important relationships. Number 3, key components of true love. True love is an intricate dance of mutual respect, commitment, and appreciation. It goes beyond mere physical attraction or fleeting emotions. It is about seeing and valuing the essence of the other person, respecting their journey, and supporting their growth. This kind of love requires you to admire and appreciate not only who your partner is today, but also who they aspire to become. In Stoic philosophy, love is a reflection of virtue, where the relationship is built on the pillars of honesty, integrity, and shared values. In true love, the connection between partners is rooted in mutual respect and a deep understanding of each other's character. This connection is not swayed by superficial qualities, but is built on a solid foundation of shared principles and life goals. By focusing on inner beauty and character, we create a lasting bond that endures the challenges of time. True love, in its purest form, is about a deep connection that remains solid and vibrant despite the passing years. It is a partnership where both individuals grow together, supporting and uplifting each other, leading to a life of shared happiness and fulfillment. It's essential to differentiate true love from obsession or simple physical attraction, as these can lead to toxic and problematic relationships. Obsession often stems from insecurity and a desire to possess, while true love is about freedom and mutual respect. In true love, there is no room for control or manipulation. Instead, it thrives on trust and open communication. By embracing these principles, we cultivate a relationship environment where both partners feel valued and respected. In a world often obsessed with external appearances, it's crucial to remember that true love looks beyond the surface. It values the essence of a person, their virtues, and their potential. This Stoic approach to love ensures that our relationships are grounded in reality and built on a foundation that can withstand the tests of time and adversity. Number 4, practicing reciprocity. Reciprocity is the cornerstone of any healthy relationship. It involves a mutual exchange of respect, care, and appreciation. In Stoic terms, reciprocity is about returning the good we receive from others, acting justly and generously. It is an essential virtue for living harmoniously in society and is equally vital in romantic relationships. By practicing reciprocity, we express our gratitude and recognition for the other person, thereby strengthening the bonds that hold us together. In a romantic relationship, reciprocity means both partners are equally invested in each other's well-being, creating a balanced and nurturing environment. It is about giving as much as you receive, fostering a sense of equality and mutual support. This practice promotes harmony and cooperation, ensuring that both partners feel valued and respected. In a Stoic relationship, reciprocity means both partners are equally invested in each other's well-being, creating a balanced and nurturing environment. Reciprocity is not just about grand gestures. It is found in everyday acts of kindness and consideration. It involves listening attentively, offering support during tough times, and celebrating each other's successes. This approach not only strengthens the relationship, but also contributes to personal growth and self-awareness. By embracing reciprocity, we cultivate a partnership that is built on trust, respect, and a shared commitment to each other's happiness and fulfillment. When both partners practice reciprocity, the relationship flourishes. Each act of kindness and support reinforces the bond, creating a positive cycle of giving and receiving. This mutual exchange nurtures the relationship, making it more resilient to challenges and enriching both partners' lives. Reciprocity, therefore, is a fundamental component of true love, ensuring that both individuals feel valued and appreciated. Number 5. Managing relationship challenges. Relationships are not without their challenges, and managing them requires wisdom and resilience. It is crucial to preserve your self-respect and recognize when it is time to move on. If a relationship consistently brings pain and the other person is unwilling to change despite honest communication, it may be time to let go. Remember, your well-being and happiness are paramount. Time has a wonderful ability to heal even the deepest wounds, and while scars may remain, the damage is not eternal. Stoic philosophy teaches us to focus on what we can control and let go of what we cannot. This principle is invaluable in navigating the end of a relationship. It encourages us to hold our heads high, learn from the experience, and continue our journey with greater wisdom. You have the power to decide how to react to a breakup, choosing to move forward with dignity and strength. Embrace the lessons learned and allow yourself to grow from them, knowing that each ending brings the potential for a new beginning. Facing relationship challenges with a Stoic mindset means accepting that pain and difficulty are part of life. These experiences are opportunities for growth and self-discovery. By maintaining our composure and focusing on our personal development, we can navigate these challenges with grace and resilience. This approach helps us emerge stronger and more self-aware, ready to embrace future relationships with a renewed sense of purpose and understanding. It is essential to communicate openly and honestly with your partner when facing difficulties. By addressing issues directly and constructively, you create an environment where problems can be resolved and the relationship can grow stronger. If, despite your best efforts, the relationship cannot be salvaged, remember that ending it may be the healthiest choice for both parties. This decision should be made with compassion and respect, allowing both individuals to move forward positively. Number 6. Choosing a life partner. Choosing a life partner is one of the most significant decisions you will make. It is essential to look beyond physical appearance and seek a deeper connection based on shared values and mutual respect. Physical beauty is fleeting, but the qualities that matter, intelligence, integrity, and the ability to be a true companion, endure over time. A Stoic approach to choosing a partner involves focusing on inner beauty and character, qualities that will support a lasting and healthy relationship. Seek someone who can become your best friend, your trusted advisor, and your solid support in times of adversity. This connection should be one that remains vibrant despite the passing years, rooted in mutual understanding and respect. Avoid the obsession with finding the physically perfect person, and instead channel your energy into finding a partner who stands out for their character and the potential to grow with you. This approach will lead to a fulfilling and enduring partnership where both individuals support and uplift each other, creating a life of shared happiness and growth. In choosing a life partner, it is vital to consider their values and how they align with your own. Shared values create a strong foundation for a relationship, ensuring that both partners are moving in the same direction and supporting each other's goals. This alignment fosters a sense of unity and purpose, making it easier to navigate life's challenges together. Additionally, look for a partner who embodies the virtues you admire. These virtues might include kindness, honesty, humility, and perseverance. By surrounding yourself with someone who reflects these qualities, you create an environment that encourages your own growth and development. This mutual influence leads to a more fulfilling and enriching relationship. Ultimately, the goal is to find a partner with whom you can build a life based on mutual respect, shared values, and a commitment to personal and collective growth. This Stoic approach to choosing a life partner ensures that your relationship is grounded in reality and built on a foundation that can withstand the tests of time and adversity. Number 7. Examples of Stoic relationships. Marcus Aurelius and his wife Faustine exemplify a Stoic relationship built on mutual respect, support, and shared values. Their partnership was a testament to the principles of Stoicism, where love is a conscious commitment to nurture and grow together. Despite the pressures of ruling an empire and facing personal losses, Marcus Aurelius found solace and strength in his relationship with Faustina. They practiced temperance, justice, courage, and wisdom, the cardinal virtues of Stoicism, not only in their governance, but also in their personal lives. Their relationship was not without challenges and rumors, but Marcus Aurelius defended their bond with unwavering faith and loyalty. This steadfastness is a reflection of Stoic moral courage and the value of true love. By choosing a partner based on character and integrity, and by supporting each other through adversity, they created a relationship that was both powerful and enduring. Their example teaches us that true love, from a Stoic perspective, is a choice rooted in virtue and mutual respect, leading to a life of shared growth and fulfillment. In the journey of love, embracing Stoic principles can transform your relationships into sources of strength and personal growth. By being true to yourself, practicing reciprocity, and choosing partners based on character and shared values, you lay the foundation for a fulfilling and enduring connection. Remember, your well-being and happiness are deeply intertwined with the relationships you cultivate. As you apply these insights, you'll find that love becomes a beacon of stability and wisdom in your life. If you've found this exploration of Stoic love insightful, I invite you to join our community of wisdom seekers. Like this video to show your support, subscribe to our channel for more content on cultivating wisdom and happiness, and share your own experiences in the comments below. Your journey towards a brighter, more fulfilling life begins with a single step. Stay strong, stay focused, and continue to grow with us. See you in the next video.
What if I told you that your attitude could change the entire course of your life? Imagine if you could harness the power of a single trait to turn your biggest fears into your greatest strengths. Two animals embody this transformative power: the eagle and the lion. These are the only two creatures that the Creator identified himself with. Understanding why these animals are symbolic of supreme leadership can unlock the leader within you. Let's delve into why the lion, the king of the jungle, is a beacon of leadership. Interestingly, the lion is not the tallest, largest, heaviest, or smartest animal in the jungle. In fact, the lion is physically outmatched by several other animals. Yet when the lion appears, all the other animals run away. This phenomenon is not due to the lion's physical prowess, but due to its attitude. Leadership expert John Maxwell once said, "Attitude determines altitude." This statement rings true when we study the lion. The lion's attitude is what sets it apart. The lion believes it is the king, and this belief shapes its actions and the reactions of others. This attitude is not just a superficial confidence. It's a deeply ingrained belief system. Consider this. In the business world, CEOs and leaders are not always the most intelligent or skilled individuals in their organizations. What distinguishes them is their attitude and vision. Take Howard Schultz, the former CEO of Starbucks. Schultz did not come from wealth or privilege. He grew up in a poor neighborhood, but his attitude and vision transformed Starbucks from a single coffee shop into a global brand. Schultz's belief in his vision and his unwavering attitude towards achieving it inspired his team and reshaped the coffee industry. One of my favorite quotes encapsulates this idea perfectly. "An army of sheep led by a lion will always defeat an army of lions led by a sheep." This means that the right kind of leadership can transform a group of ordinary people into an extraordinary team. History is replete with examples of leaders who transformed their followers through their attitude. Winston Churchill, during World War II, inspired a beleaguered Britain with his indomitable spirit. His belief in victory, despite the odds, rallied the nation to stand firm against adversity. Let's bring it back to the jungle. The lion sees an elephant and thinks, "Lunch." This mindset is not based on physical ability alone, but on the lion's belief in itself. On the other hand, the elephant, despite its size and strength, sees the lion and thinks, "Eater." This stark difference in perspective highlights how attitude shapes outcomes. The lion's attitude commands respect and instills fear in larger, stronger animals. Your attitude is a reflection of your belief system. It's said that whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. This famous quote by Henry Ford emphasizes the power of belief. Your attitude towards challenges, setbacks, and opportunities will dictate your success or failure. Consider the story of J.K. Rowling, who faced numerous rejections before Harry Potter was finally published. Her unwavering belief in her story and her positive attitude towards rejection turned her into one of the most successful authors in history. In the workplace, in your personal life, and in your community, adopting a lion's attitude can make all the difference. Leaders are not born. They are made by the attitudes they cultivate and the beliefs they hold. Cultivate an attitude of resilience, confidence, and vision. Believe in your potential to lead, inspire, and make a difference. Just like the lion, let your attitude set you apart and lead you to greatness. Equally important is the symbolism of the eagle. The eagle represents vision, strength, and soaring to new heights. The eagle is known for its incredible eyesight, capable of seeing prey from miles away. This sharp vision symbolizes the clarity and focus that a leader must have. A leader must see beyond the immediate and plan for the future. Much like the eagle soars high to gain a broad perspective, the eagle's flight is also a powerful metaphor for leadership. When storms come, other birds seek shelter. The eagle, however, uses the storm's wind to lift itself higher. This ability to rise above challenges is a hallmark of great leadership. Leaders face obstacles and adversities, but like the eagle, they use these challenges to elevate themselves and their vision. Nelson Mandela, one of the most revered leaders in modern history, exemplified this eagle-like quality. Despite spending 27 years in prison, Mandela's vision for a free and democratic South Africa never wavered. He rose above the hardships and emerged as a symbol of resilience and hope, guiding his nation to a new era. Another aspect of the eagle's leadership is its commitment to its family. Eagles are known for their strong parenting skills, taking great care in raising their young. This nurturing aspect is essential in leadership. A true leader mentors and supports their team, fostering an environment where everyone can grow and succeed. This commitment to others is what builds strong, cohesive teams that can achieve remarkable feats. Combining the attitudes of the lion and the eagle, we find the foundation of effective leadership. It is not just about believing in oneself or having a vision. It is about translating those beliefs into actions. Attitude without action is merely a dream. To lead effectively, one must not only possess the confidence and vision, but also the willingness to act upon them. Consider the story of Thomas Edison, who famously said, "Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration." Edison's relentless pursuit of his ideas and his willingness to act upon his vision led to the invention of the light bulb and many other innovations. His attitude of perseverance and his actions in the face of repeated failures epitomize the essence of leadership. Leadership is also about empowering others to act. A true leader does not just lead by example, but inspires others to take initiative. This is evident in the story of Mahatma Gandhi, whose attitude of non-violence and peaceful resistance inspired millions to fight for India's independence. Gandhi's leadership was not just about his personal beliefs, but about mobilizing an entire nation to act upon those beliefs. In our daily lives, adopting this attitude-action framework can lead to transformative outcomes. Whether in our careers, our communities, or our personal relationships, the combination of a positive attitude and proactive actions can set us apart and lead us to success. It is about believing in our potential and taking the necessary steps to realize it. There are several practical steps to cultivate a leadership attitude. Develop self-belief. Like the lion, cultivate a strong belief in yourself. This belief will shape your actions and the reactions of others. Start by setting small, achievable goals and gradually build your confidence. Maintain a clear vision. Emulate the eagle's vision by setting long-term goals and staying focused on them. Regularly review and adjust your goals to ensure they align with your overall vision. Embrace challenges. Use obstacles as opportunities to grow, much like the eagle uses storm winds to soar higher. Develop a mindset that views challenges as stepping stones rather than setbacks. Inspire and empower others. Leadership is not just about personal success. It's about lifting others up. Mentor and support those around you, fostering a collaborative and supportive environment. Act with purpose. Turn your attitudes and beliefs into actions. Set actionable plans to achieve your goals and be consistent in your efforts. Remember, action is what brings vision to life. Practice resilience. Cultivate resilience by learning from failures and setbacks. Each experience, whether positive or negative, is an opportunity to learn and grow. Stay humble and adaptable. Despite their strength and vision, both the lion and the eagle remain adaptable to their environments. Stay humble and be willing to adjust your approach when necessary. The lion and the eagle teach us valuable lessons about leadership and the power of attitude. By adopting the lion's confidence and the eagle's vision, and by combining these attitudes with purposeful actions, we can unlock our potential as leaders. Whether in business, community, or personal life, the principles of belief, vision, resilience, and action are universal keys to success. Embrace these qualities and let your attitude lead you to new heights and untold achievements.